Hello, everyone. I hope all of you are doing fine. Let me just paste the link on the new so that I allow those who want to join me to join in the studio. Yeah, but hope all of you are doing fine. For those who are just coming now, I've just started the show now, and you are all welcome. So today I have seen that Irungu Kang'ata has decided to say naomba nijitoe. Yeah, so Kang'ata says that he will not for the next gubernatorial seat 2027, he will not vie using the UDA ticket. And he had some of his reasons, and that is what I'm waiting for here on, because I've seen that he's coming to JK Live. I hope he's coming to tell us more about to tell more as to why he has chosen that path, but he has already given us a breakdown, rather a summary of why he will not vie for the Murang'a gubernatorial seat using the UDA ticket, which he has just said that some of the national policies which should be like some of the things which should be the pillars of the central Kenyan policies, they have been not taken. They haven't been taken into consideration, especially education, health, and things such as manufacturing. So yeah, Kang'ata has said that yes, even if there has been development in some, the critical economic sectors bado there is no key focus yenye imefanya kuonekana like they are leading to some transformation here in Kenya. Yeah, that is what Kang'ata has said, and he has also basically underperformance in the key economic sectors of the country, and also he has also said that he feels like the government is trying to do some things to make other parties unpopular, which is not okay democratically according to the Kenyan constitution, because we fought for multipartyism, then what for? And he has also condemned some of the I think he has also talked this issue of security and whatever. He's like he also talked about let me say Gachagwa's impeachment, and also he talked about the attacks that the other parties that are not affiliated to the government are going through. For example, the attacks in church, the attacks in church venye Gachagua aliatakiwa pale nitwa Witima, yeah. And then he also talked about the attack of Senator Osotsi. So he was like, yeah, these are some of the things, but yeah, I'll be waiting for him hapa kwa JK Live. Yeah, hata ndo huyo ameshakuja. And I saw Murkomen leo akisema ati ule bishop ambaye anahubiri kusema sijui nini imeshaanza kuwachoma. Amesema bishop inafaa, Murkomen is saying that a bishop anafaa tu ahubirie watu wa hili mioyo. Mambo ya kuangalia ati wanasiasa kama wamekuja hapa anaanza kuwa lecture, that shouldn't be the case. That is what he said about, I think it is in response to what Bishop Onginjo was telling them yesterday. And I've also seen some of the allies of Ruto, kina Cherargei and the likes, and some MPs kule Rift Valley wanasema they will take a motion to parliament to stop the retirement, to withdraw the retirement benefits of President Uhuru, just because Uhuru is they said that he is trying to ninio, he is practicing divisive politics. That's what they say. Then I'm like, these members of parliament, some of the important things that they are supposed to focus on and take the motions to parliament, they are not taking them. But now they are saying that they'll take a motion to parliament to stop Uhuru from getting some of the retirement benefits that a retired president should get. But then I'm like, hawa watu wanafikiria wakitolea Uhuru hizo benefits, Uhuru will lack anything to eat. Yeah, so here is Kang'ata.
Tonight, announcement that he will not be defending his seat on a UDA ticket, Jeff.
That's right, and the governor's right here with us, patiently waiting. Governor's County 021, Moranga County. We'll see what he has to say. And there's been a responsibility from Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah. We'll get to that in a little short while. Keep tweeting at Kunanga Jeff.
At O Burrows at Citizen TV Kenya.
The hashtag is Sunday Live. Sunday Live 6 We'll be back in the meantime. Coming up.
They've gone on a break. I think it will take like 3 minutes, 3 to 2 minutes.
Dreaming of a career in the medical field.
Yeah, but all in all, Kang'ata has said bado ata maintain discipline yake, and president akikuja Murang'a yeye ataenda tu kumkaribisha as yeah, because yeah, amesema kama ni discipline nayo ataendelea ku maintain. Yeah, and on the other hand I've seen Rigathi amesema that watalinda Uhuru. For those allies of Ruto who are saying oh sijui nini Uhuru, au amesema watalinda Uhuru, and yeah, that is it. So as we wait for yeah, and I've also seen Leo wa Mushomba aki I don't know if you guys have seen that also, Gathoni wa Mushomba akipiminia Ruto sifa and saying whatever that she was saying. Yeah. So do you guys think that Irungu Kang'ata leaving UDA make the best decision ever? And which party do you think Uhuru Kang'ata will vie for the gubernatorial seat with? Because for me, in my own opinion, yeah, since everyone can have their own opinion, in my own opinion, I see like it's Kang'ata will vie for the gubernatorial seat using the DCP ticket, in my own opinion. But all in all, he has also said that he can be an independent candidate. So we don't know. We're just waiting for him to tangaze bado ni kiti gani atawania nayo. But so far, amesema tu hatawania na tiketi ya UDA, na amesema it is something that he has already talked with the president, and yeah, so so we're waiting to hear. Yeah. And then I think the people telling Uhuru not to involve himself in politics, I think it's because Uhuru is kind of condemning some of the things that this government is doing, and this government, it's like it doesn't want to be told anything. You see, it's like a community that is just dominated by male chauvinism, and they think that they can't be told anything. Like, it is like, for them, they are so wise, they are so knowledgeable, they know everything that they are doing, and they don't expect any kind of correction. Yeah, wanajiona everything yenye wanafanya ni right, and there is no one who is more wiser than them, so they can't be told anything.
Had to say. He says, oh, Kikuyu, I'm sorry, Kikuyu, my bad. Remember our Lavington meeting at the time of.
Yeah, so, but Kimani Ichung'wah had something to say about Kang'ata. I can see Jeff is back. He always has something to say.
Of impeachment, that is what would constitute exerting pressure. The kind of pressure you are exerting to be named deputy president. I gave you my peace of mind on your candidature and the politics of hypocrisy that I read in your quest. I am still of the same view today as I shared with you. Desist from name dropping my name to please Gachagua to drop your competitors. Pay the ransoms he demands if you desire to be his candidate. And then he goes on to say, my brother, do you really want me to disclose to the people of Moraga full details of our Lavington meeting, including what you did with Moranga resources? It is not in your interest. Fight your battles and keep off name dropping to advance your hypocritical politics of deceit. I've chosen this public response since you chose to use that same route. Let me know if you desire a full disclosure of what I know and what you know I know. Good evening, Governor. That was on X earlier on today. Kimani Ichung'wah. Your response, Governor.
Okay, 3 points. Number one, I will not really respond to Kimani Ichung'wah, who remains my friend. He also happens to be my member of parliament for my second home. After when I became a lawyer and I moved from Moranga, I settled in Kikuyu. And therefore, he's my very good friend. And
This is how friends talk to each other.
well, this thing is not personal. And I will not be drawn into personalization of politics. And I know Kimani, from where I see it, he remains a good friend. And I really apologize, by the way, if he's doing this because of what I'm mentioning his name in my presser today. I think I'm sorry. That was not my intention. The full details of my candidature, or okay, let me say supposed candidature to become the deputy president after the impeachment. For now, I do not intend to talk much about because.
Okay, was there a Lavington meeting?
Let me say it's too deep. And when you become a leader, there are things you get to know, which fairness demand you never disclose. Otherwise, you will lose respect amongst various players in the political space. And therefore, that issue, which is quite deep, and I wish Kimani calls me in private, I will tell him the true story. I would propose I keep it at that.
You've both gone public with this, but you've already apologized to him. What do you expect him to do now?
I don't know. I really don't know.
He's your friend. You say he's your good friend.
Yeah, very, very good friend. Very good friend. And when I say good friend, I really mean it.
Yeah.
We have walked the political journey with him for a very long time. He has been helpful. Yeah, he has been very helpful. Yeah. And it's but now it reaches a stage where now you look at political reality, the way things are going, and you have to make a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, you said you spoke to the president in private, right? Earlier in the week. Did you tell him that you were not going to seek your seat on a UDA ticket? Did you tell him privately?
I did not speak to him earlier in the week privately. I think I was alluding to a meeting that I held late last year about the regional politics, and I shared my mind on how I think probably we can push them ahead. We did not agree on the tactics, so I just kept quiet. And now, since that time, I think we are now headed to 1 year. I've seen how the politics is going on.
Yeah.
And I think I'm now convinced it will not end well for UDA party, at least in my region.
You said you've been feeling a lot of pressure when the president comes and he launches all kinds of programs, all kinds of initiatives in your county. You're feeling a lot of pressure. Why?
Okay, you see that point which has also been alluded by my friend concerning the accusation of hypocrisy. I would feel it, of course, when you are seated there with friends. And for me, somehow it made some sense, because a person who is such is a person who is not candid, who doesn't speak his mind, but he feigns. So I said, okay, fine. For me, I think the time has come for me to speak my mind and say what is the way forward politically. The truth is, and God knows that's the truth, when I became a governor, my political strategy was to be mum, to be quiet, to just concentrate on my mandate. And my thinking was, when that time comes, then I'll make a decision. And quietly, the people of Murang'a will make their final verdict. But now it reaches a stage when the president is now in Murang'a, when you are put into a corner, where you have to say something. You are being nudged to make a choice, yeah, to announce your statement. And if you don't, people start saying you're not a good person because you're not parroting the certain positions, which for me, and I had said that time, that I feel are problematic. So I said, okay, fine. Let me say today, this path will lead to political destruction. Yeah.
And you're standing your ground. I mean, you're saying you're going to be consistent with this.
No, by the way, God willing, my thinking is that I do not intend now to politicize my statement. Contrary to when I was a senator, you see, being a governor is quite an executive role. You have so much you have to deal with. But in fact, for me, from where I sit, how I wish we do not politicize the executive roles. There's a clear demarcation between those of us who hold, let's say, gubernatorial posts and even the presidency with politics. But at times when they become very fused, there are times you have to make this call. So for me, I would have wished we depoliticize this position or this stance. Yeah. But now that I've said this, I can tell you I will not go parroting from venue 1 to venue 2 more.
But do you feel pressure sometimes in endorsing certain projects in your county?
Yes, I think that's what I was being told, and I feel and I know what people are saying. People have some issue with some of those ideas. Yeah, yeah.
Look, the programs like what, roads? Is it?
Okay, of course, everyone supports roads, so for roads, it's okay.
Does this conflict structurally change inflation? The energy crisis might persist for a lot longer. You know, everything that we import will increase 2x or 2.5x. From a growth perspective, will be
Just a
5%
moment.
prior to the onset of these geopolitical risks. I do think that an entrenched war in the Middle East can shave off at least 0.3 to 0.
When you enter there, you find very few traders. So there is every likelihood that some of this market, that model is the one that has now gone into public expenditure into markets. Yeah. If you don't think creatively, there'll be very few traders. When you look at the money pumped there into vis-a-vis the number of traders who will come in, I suspect there'll be a mismatch. I think Kenyan traders, they prefer an open market. It would have been better to deploy that money into opening up urban roads in those markets. Yeah, the other thing from where I see it is, personally, and this is my personal view, and by that I'm not challenging the president with his agenda. You remember, this is his government. He has the right to conjure whatever plans he has for Kenya. It's the right thing to do. Yeah. But I strongly believe some of these resources would have been sufficient to give free secondary day school in Kenya. We have 2.7 million students in day schools in Kenya. Out of pocket expenditure on average is 13,000. So if you have 13,000 times 2.7 million, that's about 35 billion. So when I look at where Kenya has put money into, vis-a-vis the money required to give free secondary school for day scholars education, I suspect that money would have been gotten about that 5 billion.
All right, listen, Governor, some critics say that the reason you're moving or you're ditching UDA is because DCP is causing waves in central Kenya. Is that the truth? Is that why? I mean, there are others who have moved. Kanini Kega has moved. Ngirishi has moved.
Okay, for me, it's neither here or there. The only part I would comment on that is what is the role UDA has done to make DCP popular, which is, from where I see it, the opposite of how things ought to be. I say so because, DCP is a competitor of UDA. But UDA, or rather the government, has been doing actions whose net effect is to make DCP more popular. Example, violence meted on the people of the opposition. We saw Othaya church attack. The opposition went up. No one was arrested. We saw an attack in a church in Kariobangi. The opposition went up. We saw the other day attack on Senator Osotsi. The opposition went up. So I am not interested per se with what the opposition is doing. I'm more interested in what UDA or the government is doing to shoot itself on the foot and therefore strengthening the case for opposition. Exactly the same script that Jubilee deployed in the year 2022.
But don't forget, Jubilee still has a stronghold in central Kenya, in Mount Kenya, so DCP as well. So which party are you going to go for?
I'm here to decide.
Okay, are you being re-elected as governor, or are you going for something else?
I'll be seeking to be re-elected as governor.
Not president?
No, I don't want. In fact, I do believe that, strictly speaking, the interest of Dr. William Ruto as a presidential candidate, the interest of Professor Kithure Kindiki as the deputy president, they do not conflict with my own interest. Why? Because I do not seek to become the president. I do not seek to become the deputy president. I'm only for now interested to defend my seat. And therefore, at times when I see the kind of reactions from those who are supporting, let's say, UDA presidential candidate is against my position, I don't understand, because I'm just interested in my very small seat of Murang'a governor. And therefore, strictly speaking, this should not even have been an issue, because it is about what the people of Murang'a have to do.
Okay, so why not resign now and let Morangans decide?
I've said that for now, I still want to remain a member of UDA party. I've said that I do have programs in the county, which by the way, some of them is a collaboration with the national government. I'll still push them. But Murang'a people will have an opportunity within the next few months to make a decision as to whether my thoughts are right or wrong.
Yeah, you don't seem very confident about this, by the way. If you were to resign now, you don't seem very confident that you'd come back for the next 14, 16 months.
The decision will be made by Murang'a people.
Okay. Would you support today, if the following presidential candidates, who would you support? Rigathi Gachagua, if you were given the green light to run.
As I've said, for now, allow me, I'm not interested in politics of presidential candidates.
Yeah, but you must make a stand, Governor. You must be able. Okay, is it Kalonzo Musyoka? Is it Fred Matiang'i? Is it Martha Karua? Is it Natembeya? Is it David Maraga? Who is it?
No, I cannot speak of presidential politics now. We wait until we reach that time.
I think you're evading the question, Governor. I don't know why. You must take a stand at some point. Or which party will you go for? Or are you going to go independent?
Again, allow me to repeat and say it's too early for me to make that call, so we wait.
So what's the next move?
Although, and I've said this, that I do feel whichever position, or rather, whichever camp I will join, I will have to give them one condition, that they will have to give the following three agendas a priority. Agenda number one, manufacturing. I strongly believe this country, we are here to give manufacturing the right importance. Jeff, look around yourself, the clothes you are wearing, the watch you are wearing, the shoe, the glass, all these things have been manufactured, but none has been manufactured in Kenya. They've been manufactured outside this country, most likely in China. So we are creating employment to the Chinese. The net effect of that is we are using our foreign exchange to import those goods, causing inflation, causing unemployment. Any country can never develop without manufacturing. Yes, I've seen an attempt by the current government to boost manufacturing. That is okay. But the scale and the depth from where I see it is not sufficient. I've seen countries like Mauritius, which pivoted strongly towards manufacturing. where they are. I've seen countries like Bangladesh was poorer than Kenya about 20 years ago. They went into clothes making. They became a strong economy. China has now done away with the tariffs, meaning of African countries, meaning now we are now at a very vantage position to attract investments from Chinese. We intend to manufacture and send goods back to China. I believe this is a time for us to become a strong manufacturer. Is that happening in Morana? Yeah, we are doing our bit. Let me say the pace is not what I would have wanted because we require some synergy with the national government. Number one, the national government, and I want to thank them. They have put an EPZ, but it's not yet complete. The other day when the president came, I told him we would want, with all due respect, water, electricity, roads, investment into that park. The amounts are huge, but I'm not sure I'm yet to get to see that kind of policy clarity and policy preference. But of course, we are doing our best within what we can do as a county. I hope the national government will accelerate that process. The other point, so whichever side I will go to, is to give education a priority, particularly day school education. As I have said, it is possible for us to give free day school education in this country. That leads some intervention in healthcare, a fund, an insurance policy for the poor, which can be rolled out nationally. I understand some intervention with the national government towards that, but when I look at the scale, it's not sufficient. So for me, I'm sorry to say, but I hold quite a strong ideological position on matters, what we can make Kenya a better society. Yeah, and for that matter, Governor, you're speaking like a presidential candidate. Let's not kid ourselves. Do you have those ambitions? No. It's not about me. It's about whoever other person who can push that kind of an agenda. Is there someone out there who you think could do that? I'm still observing. And by the way, I strongly believed that UDA had one of the best opportunity to push some of this agenda ahead. Let me praise Moses Kuria. When he was the Minister for Trade, he conceptualized something called County Aggregation Industrial Park. To that extent, I think I'm quite thankful of him. To the extent he conceptualized that idea, how I wish maybe we can push that agenda forward and maybe even make it more national. So we wait and see the manifestos that will come out. Yeah, I forgot to mention Sifuna. What do you think of Eric Sifuna? Oh, let me start by saying Sifuna is our friend. We were in college, same class, at the University of Nairobi doing law. And again, you see now, tactical blunder I see on the part of the government. One, the decision by ODM to push him out. I think they should have thought a little bit harder how to contain him. But I don't know by whose behest he was pushed out. He grew. His meetings, then we would see tear gas being thrown. Again, he grew. He started here at Kitengela, tear gas, a person was killed. He grew. And for me, I have a problem with that kind of a tactic. We are only 1 year to the election. When you deploy hard tactics, you're only helping your adversary. And I have no doubt that those actions, including the molesting of Senator Sotsi, they have only made Sifuna Group quite a strong political force. I would urge UDA, the government, to adopt persuasion, to adopt seduction as opposed to coercion.
Would you support someone like that if he ran for president?
Oh, let me wait for him again to give us the manifesto. I told you, the bottom line has to be, what is your agenda? To what extent do you believe in, do you conceptualize where we are as a country, where we are as Africans, and what are the solutions to our problems? Yeah, and how do you well articulate that agenda? So from where I sit, I'm still waiting to see who can be able to inspire us towards that a better Kenya. Who knows? Maybe even UDA might take remedial measures. I'm only urging them, and I've said it again, and I repeat: one, to avoid violence. Yeah, or rather, even if that violence is being done by the opposition, fine, they arrest those people. That's one. Two, policy clarity, particularly giving those three agendas priority.
How come you can give a very vivid opinion about Edwin Sifuna, but you can't tell us anything about Kalonzo, Matiang'i, Martha, Eugene, Natembea, Maraga? Tell us something, anything.
Okay. Let me talk about.
Let's start with Ricky G.
Ricky G, I've said he has grown politically, and I believe strongly one of the reasons he has grown politically, it is how he has been treated. Yeah.
Fred Matiang'i.
Matiang'i seems to have a very good reputation. The time he served President Uhuru, maybe the area he needs to work on is being a better politician, because politics and being a good public servant is like this water and the glass. The theory of the container and the content, they go together. You cannot have water without the glass, and the glass is nothing without the water. So meaning, politics is the container that carries leadership content. That means he needs to improve on his political skills. Yeah.
Martha Karua.
Allow me to skip. Yeah.
You're going to skip on Martha. Kalonzo Musyoka.
Okay, Musyoka. He has a certain mien that looks quite attractive, being calm, being composed. I think the area that he needs also to consider is refining his agenda, because leadership is not just about winning. You must have a certain set of agenda that you strongly believe in, yeah, that push you, and he needs to articulate those agendas. So for me, that to be the area I would propose he needs to push his leadership.
Kalonzo insists this is his time. He has always been the bridesmaid, never the bride. He insists this is his time.
Skip that.
David Maraga.
Oh, again, I think again also politics. That ability to understand what matters. Yeah, how to do it, how to create alliances. Because also I've realized this game of politics is a game of how you as a leader, you have the ability to create alliances. Politics is like a game. You cannot have a football team of one person. You must have a goalkeeper, a striker, a defender. You have to create a team. So that ability to create a team is what is called politics.
George Natembea.
Natembea, I can only talk of him out of experience. When I was a young person, he was our DC in Moranga. Yeah, and he had a very good reputation as a person who is very forthright and a no-nonsense administrator in the mold of John Michuki. So from where I sit, I think he has his place in this country.
Yeah. Listen, you're giving your opinion on all male potential candidates for presidency, and you skipped on the only female potential candidate. What are you, a male chauvinist?
I think, of course, I'll say she's a good lawyer. She's very articulate, and definitely she has a reputation of human rights. And yeah, she has a good journey ahead of her.
Yeah, that wasn't too difficult, was it?
Yeah, I think my mistake, and I apologize for that.
Tell me something, come 2027, would you vote for William Ruto?
Let me say, and I want to repeat that William Ruto is a personal friend. Yeah, he's a very, very good personal friend. In fact, I feel so bad that some people are trying to put this as if it's a personal thief. No, just like the way you have some disagreements, political, you on matters principle. Yeah, how you conceptualize leadership and how to push ahead. So for me, I have nothing personal against him, and it is pure an issue, a small issue on political strategy.
You still didn't answer the question. You're just on the fence here. Would you vote for William Ruto come 2027?
I've said I will make that decision when the time comes, not now.
You're just like evading things, Governor. You know that you just can't give a straight answer.
No, I'm just talking the truth.
Why? I mean, why can't?
No, I don't make.
What's going to change between now and 15 months from now?
Who knows? Who knows? Some of these things are remedied. I wish to see a Kenya where I've said, and I want to repeat it, that we don't have political violence. No, you remember, Murang'a is the county that birthed Kenneth Matiba. It birthed. When I see our politics becoming violent, and when I look at the action the government is not taking, I'm not happy. Surely I'm from Murang'a. We believe in democracy. I would propose, who knows, there will be some remedial actions when we don't politicize the state where it is used to punish your political opponents. Who knows?
Are you afraid of those? Are you afraid of the goonism?
Yeah,
Rise of goonism.
Yeah, I am very much. Yeah. What kind of a society are we setting for our children? What kind of a society is that? When you see goons, surely, I'm sure you saw what happened to my brother, Senator Osotsi. Is that the kind of country we want? It is not. It is not.
What is your ground saying? They always say ground mambo ni tofauti. What are they saying in Murang'a? Is this why you decided, you know what, UDA is not going to work for me in 27? Because the ground is saying different.
Yeah, there are issues, and I've told the party there are serious issues. In fact, I've had some party honchos talking of, I don't know, getting 20, 10, 30% of that region. But that's, for me, they should be aiming high, should be aiming 60, 70, 80. Remember, that's the region that supported this government. So I would want us to look how to make every Kenyan happy, every society happy, and we progress Kenya as a society.
All right, before we go to feedback real quick, a lot of people have been asking this question. One term, two term.
One term, two term are good slogans, but they'll be with us for only 1 year, 4 months. After that, those two slogans will be forgotten. For me, I choose Kang'Ata Care, the medical insurance for the poor, to be with us forever, God willing. Murang'a Youth Service, where we train young people to get skills, to be with us for the longest. Smart City, where we are putting cabros and tarmac in our urban centers. Those will be with us forever. Refurbishing our ECDs. The other governor will come after us. He will do maybe something else. So as opposed to choosing things that only last for 1 year, 2 months, I propose myself, let me choose posterity. Let me choose that which lasts longer. Yeah, let me think of subsidy for the farmers. Let me think about giving porridge to the young ECD pupils, as opposed to entering into politics that only lasts 1 year, 2 months.
I'll ask again. 1 term, 2 term.
I choose posterity. I choose posterity, as opposed to something that will be thus for a very short period. Remember, I will never be Muranga governor for the longest. I'm only there for only 5 years. God willing, if I get another opportunity, another 5 years, somebody else will come. Yeah. Let us think about legacy, our position in history. The people will come to Muranga after 40, 30 years. Remember, there were leaders who made a difference to their people. I think for me, that's more important than talking about 1 term, 2 term.
Well, Governor, you love sitting on the fence, don't you?
No, I love sitting where I think it's the right thing to do. I think I have pronounced myself on political issues today, and it was aimed to remedy that accusation. That's it.
What would Kenneth Matiba, Robert Rubia, what would they, Charles Rubia, what would they think of you right now? Of what you've done, what you've accomplished, what you've been, and you're sitting on the fence? What would they think of you?
I don't know. I think that is better judged by whoever we write history. I think on the political situation today I've talked. I've given my views on the way forward as to which party I will join. I will make the declaration soonest, and that's it. But I've decided to talk my political thoughts.
Governor, there's plenty of feedback and questions. All of you standing by? Yeah, there we go to the magic wall.
Here I am. This is Ras Bashir, who says, how involved are Muranga citizens in decision making? Do public participation forums genuinely influence your policies, or are they just procedural?
Yeah, we do have public participation. I think from tomorrow, that is Monday, for the next about 8 days. We will be doing exactly that, going to each sub-county to take views, not necessarily political, but definitely purely on matters of development and economics.
All right, Ross also wants to know, what has been your biggest leadership challenge so far, and how did you handle it?
Yeah, so I think we've I think we've had at least some bigger part or a bigger explanation of as to why Kang'Ata has decided that he will not vie for the gubernatorial seat using the UDA ticket. And I can see here on the comment section, Bundi is saying, it is about, I think the question that Jeff asked, Kang'Ata about some of the people maybe who are eyeing the presidential seat, and he responded to Gachagua maybe kuwania hiyo kiti cha urais. He responded about Matiang'i, he responded about Kalonzo, he responded about Maraga, but at that first time he had not responded about what he thinks of Martha. I can see Alexia said that the mountain is patriarchal. Do you people agree with what what Alex is saying? Huh? Alex, why are you saying that? Does it mean that there have been instances where they have shown that, or because Irungu had first skipped that question? Yeah, maybe you can answer me on the same. The reason as to why you think it's that. Is it that there have been many what is it called? Kumekuwa na not one phenomena that is making you say that the mountain is patriarchal. I'm laughing at this second comment by Alex. He acknowledged sitting on the fence. Or when Jeff asked about kama anafikiria he likes sitting on the fence. Like if Matiba could wake up now and angeona like he's a person who likes sitting on the fence. Yeah. Alex, why are you telling me to go and sleep? Si ulisema watu wafai kulala? I saw the other day when you told Njiru that he sleeps. Me I don't sleep, Alex. I don't sleep. Bado sijafika age ya kulala tu, lala ovyo. Yeah, so yeah, at first I just said that Irungu was saying that he's leaving UDA because he feels like the central pillars are not being given a top-notch priority, like the critical sectors of the economy, such as manufacturing, health, and education. They are not yes, they as in they are being taken into consideration, but there is no so much key focus to transform the country using these sectors maybe. And his main reason as to why he's ditching UDA is because he's saying that they differed in political strategy, and he said that it's like he's seeing that it will not end well with UDA in Mount Kenya. So I don't think what you guys are saying, because nimeona leo Kasongo amerudi Murang'a, and I don't know mbona anazungukia hapo. Sijui kama anatafuta project ingine yenye imefanywa maendeleo aongezee kibango ingine juu, as the same way he did in yenye alifanyia Didi Nyoro. I don't know, sijui nini na sijui sielewi sana mbona amezungukia Murang'a sana. Labda mniambie and what you think about UDA, because Kang'ata has said that it will not end well for UDA in Mount Kenya. Kang'ata also talked about this issue of modern markets. He was like, most Kenyan traders prefer an open market, like prefer open markets as compared to modern markets. And he was like, maybe it could be done differently, but they could implement another policy to cater for the needs of the Kenyan traders rather than building modern markets. So yeah. And then he also talked about when he also said that UDA should avoid violence, especially using violence on their opponents. Hi Bundi, how are you today?
I'm fine, Valerie. How are you?
I'm fine.
In my culture, somebody is younger than you and you you believe they are doing a good job, you call them Baba. So how are you, Baba?
I am fine.
I'm glad. First of all, let me
Yeah,
say
I
to
know.
you, first of all, let me say your hair looks good. You look fresh, and you do a good job. May you keep doing that.
Yeah, as a person who is supposed to do renaissance and awakening, that is what I do. That is what I went to school to do.
I'm glad. I'm glad. So I have very
Yeah.
few minutes here. I
Mhm.
it saddens me when you are up here by yourself trying to awake a nation. But anytime I have a minute or two, Sunday is for day for family, so I can't stay here longer. But if I find they have something to do, I will come back. Uh, Let me comment about Kang'ata. It is no surprise that leadership in the mountain that understands the ground and knows the truth are now coming out because we have 1 year to the election, and you saw him insist on that, and he was saying the timing of this is in the projection of the coming events. So we are in that electioneering fever moment that are coming, and I guess he did it in the right way. And I think whoever that is advising this young man is doing a great job. Why? Because the president was in Muranga not once. This is the second time on a national level. And remember, there is a by-election that is coming, and that by-election, obviously, the president will want to use the state machinery and also use Kang'ata the way he used Mbarire and the rest of the leadership up there to fizzle and connive the people or the leadership. And I think Kang'ata has already seen it and is distancing himself from such acts. So to that, I give him a thumbs up. He is, when you have insight, you can predict the foresight. So I think both are critical in politics. Secondly, I think to the denialists who still believe that the mountain is somehow tilted to Ruto a little bit, it is now open that obviously the most ardent supporters, the ones who actually had faced the cut with Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who are ready to die for William Samoei Ruto, have all been axed or they've removed themselves from William Samoei Ruto. If you look at Ndindi Nyoro, if you look at Gachagua, if you look at the senator for Kiambu, you look at them. The only remaining person who all and sometimes if you listen to Ichungwa too, Ichungwa has on several occasions given signals, and I don't know why people are not talking about it, about the very behavior of this government. I think is torn in between. Whether to come out now or later. But I think what he led and what he did to Gachagua makes it difficult for him to go on. Which side does he go? So I think that is the conundrum that the guy is facing. That quandary is, the problem to him. He doesn't know when I chicken out, where do I land? And I think that is the problem with Nyoro. Also, that is the problem with Kang'ata too. And that's why Kang'ata, though he has come out, he doesn't know, what to really say. But the good words he said about Wamunyoro, is a force to reckon. You know, they are not just words.
Yeah.
It
Yeah, he
speaks
said that
volume.
Nyoro, yeah,
It speaks volume, okay? And they are timely. And you can know when you go to seduce a woman, you don't go with petty words. You understand. And I think Wamunyoro, when he hears that, you know, he melts. Okay, he melts, and that makes him happy. Now, whether it's a good is you know, whether his eyes are open now or is for political expediency, for me it doesn't matter. What matters is the optics of it. Okay, the optics of it being that what Ruto has tried so much with last week with who? With Minji Minji, that the mountain will do this and this, has been flattened right away. Okay, so it doesn't matter how many times he's going to go to the mountain. You look from Meru, you look from Mbere, you look from Tarakaniti, you look from Kiambu, you look from Nyeri. I think we questioned Muranga for a very long time. But now I think you can almost see that Kang'Ata understood that after the mistreatment of Methu during that funeral, he understood if you have to go for a second term. And I said it here. If Kang'Ata is not careful, Methu is going to be the governor. And it doesn't matter how much Kang'Ata has done. I think the mountain will not want to hear anything about Ruto no matter what. Now, Kang'Ata is being a politician because, you know, I'm wondering, and Jeff, I don't know what happened to Jeff after they said he's dead and now he became alive. The guy goes lethal sometimes.
he's going like Kang'Ata is dodging a question, but Jeff is like, Jeff comes back.
Finally,
But
he uses. You know, I like how Jeff uses the issue of Rubia and
yeah. Like since Jeff resurrected, you saw the other day when he told Mbadi, he was like, Mbadi, are you a Mbadi boy or a good like? Okay.
no, I mean not even that. I liked Ososi and Ojienda, how he introduced Ososi. You know, that was just comical. That was very comical. So the guy is so different. Given the fact that now Citizen is pro-government, you know, even the reporting that Orengo's issue. But Jeff is Jeff, okay? So I'm not sure. I mean, what happened really to Jeff? We have a new Jeff anyway. So that new Jeff, if I was a politician, I'd be very skeptical if I'm a two-term.
Coming to the interview, yeah.
Coming to the interview. I mean, two people. I can't go to Jeff's interview and I can't debate Sifuna. I mean, the rest I can be able to do, but the two right now will be suicidal. Okay? That will be suicidal as a politician supporting the other side. Now, but let me talk about the interview. So, first of all, you say you will not be using this as a vehicle. Okay? When you are asked two-term or one-term, and then you don't want to say two-term, obviously because, first of all, you have negated the vehicle that put you. Okay? So obviously, Jeff is trying to get an answer that a sitting governor cannot declare because you understand still you need money to run them. Now, why do I say that? There's something we have not debated here, and I think we should somehow, because Methu came out and said, I have not been given my salary for 6 months. Okay? So what does that tell? Okay, I want us to connect the dots to form the straight line. So when Jeff is asking Kang'Ata that question, Kang'Ata, I think, answered very well as a politician, as a governor, because his answer directly will make many methods in the next 6 months. You get it?
Yeah.
So the county government may refuse to be given money so that a lot of people will suffer because of that answer. But nevertheless, the fact that he did not say 2 terms, trouble will brew. Given the fact that we have seen how people like Arian Cheriot stay talking about, the man dead. Okay, openly now they're happy that Raila died. You see that? Okay, so the purge that is going to go to him, but he's also using it so that he can get that purge in 1 year too, so that he can also get sympathy vote. Sympathy vote. So him being a politician is very calculated. The other question that he was asked, why am I forgetting? It was 2 term, and also the other question.
The other question that he was asked,
Why am I?
is it about the presidential candidates? It's another one.
Yeah, let me tackle the presidential candidate, but there's another question. The presidential candidate. It is unfortunate, and I've said it here. When you look, any progressive person in the mountain, if they look at a person that in overall, that like been consistent in terms of speeches, in terms of leadership, in terms of excitement, in terms of like, what is this with Martha Karua? I think it's on Kang'Ata's side, that was, I think, a gray side of him. I wouldn't say the black, a gray side of him that I will still have a lot of question mark in. I think if he goes back and looks or watches that interview, I think he will have a lot of regret for not having been able to answer that. You see, now the question comes, you don't believe in his capability, in her capability. And I will go back to Jeff's word. Are you a female chauvinist? Which is even worse. Okay. Thirdly, do you just despise her? Why will you answer on all male and just and that is why sometimes we need to redefine ourselves with honesty, because America has done that openly without lying. America has said we are not ready for a female president. Okay? So if that is the case for us, it's better for the leadership. Because if you remember, I don't know if you are very young, anytime when Duale was a majority leader, and I don't know if you are too young to understand, the reason today we do not have the 2/3 gender rule is every time we had that vote in parliament, women never showed up. Okay? Women never showed up. Okay? Not only that, at some point, Duale concluded and said, I think Kenyans are not ready for women leadership. We are forcing it through executive orders. And that replicates a lot through the political space. Remember, Ruto said 30% of his, half of his cabinet is going to be women, if you remember very well, which never came to fruition. So now, to add an injury on that, when the UDA had, I think, was it a manifesto or whatever rollout, and Barire decided to be defiant. That was 2 months ago. And she said, I have a question. And then Ruto was like, are you sure you have a question? Are you daring me? If you remember that, if you can connect the dots to form a line, it tells you, and this is a personal opinion, I can be corrected. I don't know. I feel so strongly about it. And it's not even 99.9%. I feel so strongly that Martha Karua, like, she will never amount into anything because the people of the mountain have decided, look, this one, no. Okay? There's not even a need to talk about her. We are not
Why-
even going to, we are not even going to sugarcoat her. This was skip. You know, that was so skip.
And I don't. Do you think? What do you think about them saying no to Martha? Is there a reason as to why they always say that? Because I don't know. Maybe is there any reason that makes them saying no to Martha?
I'm one of the people who believe that Martha Karua has won gubernatorial seat twice. Once, I think. Yeah. The time she went even to Arusha. I'm one person who believes that she was elected. So the whole issue is not about Mwananchi.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there is a complex optical nerve here. Why? Because Mbarire is elected by the people, isn't it? Waiguru and also Kawira. So you cannot authentically come to the conclusion. Unaelewa? Let me say that. Now, the other thing, Nakuru, where majority of the people are what? Are the mountainers. In fact, they did a three-piece. The women rep, the governor, and the what? And the senator. Unaelewa? So
Yeah.
let me start from there. So I don't want to be biased when it comes to that because it's a complex issue that for me, it confuses me. That's why more often than not, when Jiru is excited about the mountain politics, I always say, like me, I don't understand the mountain politics. Okay? So I need to be informed. But on Kang'Ata, this was really low on him. Okay? And I didn't expect his obvious answer. And I don't think Jeff also took it lightly because he had to come back to it. Okay? and I don't think women should, not because of Martha Karua. Do you get it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not because of the woman or the person Martha Karua, but when you have a formidable force, which is actually a presidential candidate seat, you cannot comment about all male presidential candidature and you don't infuse, you see, the progress we have made as a country, telling us that Tanzanians are better than us. I think that is retrogressive on the part and glukness and carelessness on the part of Kang'Ata, given the fact that he has a very good track record in terms of education, development, and the future of this country. So what does that tell young women like you? Put Mother Karua on the side. It is you who has been on the front among a field of men. And when it comes to analogy, somebody just decides no. Valerie, yetu ni kuongea. Ama hakuna kitu naweza sema juu yake. I ignore you. I think it's a high time. And I'm not forcing our leaders to do that. If that is what they feel, they can come and be honest the way Kang'Ata said. But it pains me that you people still don't have space in this country. Openly, you don't. There's another thing I wanted to comment. I don't know why. It's something he played. Huh? Oh, okay. When Kang'Ata goes to give us an avalanche and a catalog of things that the tiger countries have been able to accomplish, it is an indictment that the Ruto administration has not accomplished anything. Okay? So he is in line with what Nyoro has been saying, Okay, is in line with what Sifuna has been saying, and the more reason why he has been doing what? Actually praising Sifuna in one way or the other, okay, and condemning the government. So, 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 so the contradiction is this: you are giving us a long catalog of things that other countries who have been able to eradicate poverty in 20 years have been doing. But you cannot give that relevance to the administration under which you campaigned and became a governor. What does that tell you? Kang'Ata is telling us that the Ruto, that's my conclusion, and obviously that is his conclusion from what he said, that Ruto administration has been a catastrophic failure, okay, in terms of moving us from poverty to somewhere else. And its current policies cannot be compared with the policies that move a country. Okay? So it is an inside indictment. So there are people who are telling us that, including Ruto, saying that he is the best president ever. Now, the other day we were here and we asked Njiru, okay, tell us, Uhuru left with how much roads have been done in Kenya? 28,000 ABCD. Ruto, how much has he done? No, it's still 28,000. Now, all these roads that they are saying they are building, constructing, have they been constructed? No. Is our shisha not? He said it's not working. So when he asked 1 term and 2 term, he talks about posterity. Which posterity? So he's saying that the 2 term, if we go on 2 term, it's not posterity. That is the live wire he touched. That if we say it's 2 term, he said, I cannot say I'm 1 term, I'm 2 term, because both of them are not for what? Posterity. So the person that feels pain is not the 1 term. He's actually saying 1 term is right, that if we continue this way, our posterity will be wrong. 2 term is mad with him because he's saying, how the hell are you saying that we don't have posterity? And Kang'Ata is telling them that you are dead on arrival. Do you understand? So he has a bone to chew. Okay? So these letters he used to write, the long letters were much better because we could read and forget. Now we have something we we watch. So those were my comments from what I saw. But the kitchen is getting hotter. Tawira, Girishi, all these people now defiantly coming out. Okay, it tells you that Ruto cannot handle it, and I think it is getting to a point whereby they are also being honest in their part. You know, the reason we did this is to make sure we kill that Mzee, allegedly. Now they are happy they are coming to the mountain. That the reason we went there is to make sure these Furia people have gone home. Now it is backfiring there. It's backfiring here. My friend, lies have a gestation period. They don't live forever. So he can't lie there. He can't lie here. Wajaluo walikuwa wanamuuliza aje, why is it when you go kwa Waluya haututukani? Ukienda coast haututukani. Every time you set your foot in the mountain, you insult the Luos. That was a good question. Wacha niachie hapo.
But Bundi, I have a question for you, though I can see Nancy Kiberenge has commented here on the. You've had Jeff asking Irungu about being a fence boy, and I can see Nancy Kiberenge is saying that Kang'Ata is a fence sitter. What is hard about 1 term or 2 term, yet he has already left Kasongo's party? kama mbaya siaseme one term kwani iko nini. And then I can also see Gudia is saying as for the fever politics in Kenya right now, most politicians are trying to align themselves with the public and a guaranteed token. And then pia akasema the same women, I think this is on the matter of Kang'ata skipping the question, the same women who have gave birth to these underperforming and egoistic creatures who disrespect the people who bore them. Men can adjust their own belt, their low belt ego. So I think Bundi, before you also respond to this, I also have a question. Do you think Kang'ata, it is all about disagreeing with the UDA party leaders or the UDA policies, or he's saying that UDA has become unpopular in Mount Kenya and therefore the voters aren't for UDA, therefore he has decided to align with the electorate? Bundi, I don't know if you're still there or if you've heard some of the questions.
If you know what happened the other day when the president was having a function, was it last week in Muranga? And I think it was a 3-day tour. And then Kang'ata openly said, I have engagements. I will not be here the next day.
Yeah.
But that is when Kang'ata was sitting on the fence. And I think he realized quickly there's a political ramification when it comes that the dagger will be too deep to ever heal. The wound is sewing will be too, because I think at that particular time, I think the candidature of Metu is rubbling them, because Metu has not said he's running, but I think he's an alternative. You know, when Metu was in, whether he will perform or not, I don't know, but Metu is so soft. The most dangerous politician right now in the mountain is Metu. Metu is a soft lander. Metu speaks as if anasoma habari, and then he doesn't care if you are listening to habari or not. When you hear Metu speak, the cover is broadcasting, and it's very soft spoken. So Kang'ata is looking. He's very young. And I think the Mount Kenya Foundation, which have been very critical to sit and work. Remember the economic conference that we had in Muranga, was it last year? Whereby the big powerhouse from Equity, so on, the Mount Kenya Foundation came there. And I think that was a grand economic. So we saw what has been going around. So through Kang'ata leadership, I think they've gotten themselves to say, what can we do? Because the billionaires from Muranga are trying to give back to the community. And through Kang'ata, they found out a very good working relationship. And I think they want him to continue. But the problem is the people will not allow anybody sitting on the fence. Your development record is not going to matter. It is betrayal in association with the Ruto. And now that they have realized it, they are coming to the rescue of him. Okay? And the fact that he said at first that he's not going to attend, and people said you are sitting on the fence. Now, what is actually happening is he's coming out. He's no longer sitting on the fence. The problem is he is not saying what we want him to say. And I said this, if we allow him to say it right now, and I gave an aperture of what Metu told us, that I have not earned my salary for 6 months. Where do they think? Okay. He was upfront to say this administration has refused. In fact, the Bold made a podcast about it, and said, no, a video about that, and said he has even called other senators and confirmed that they are getting their salaries. Now, he's not sitting on the fence. He's also becoming a father. He has a responsibility. Regardless of his position, he must also be sensitive on the political ramification that will purge his what? His constituents. He rather lose the election that, but get money from the national government and pay the employees. And I think that is the thin line he wanted to walk. But I think it is too late. Ruto is so severe that when you have to take a stand and you seem to be on the gray, you are neither black or white, you are gray, he takes it as black. So what he wanted to do, it's not going to work. He's going to get the purge from Itumbi, and still people like Moses Kuria, who have decided they're going to make money out of frustrating the remnants, frustrating the non-apologists for this government. So I don't think we can brand this man to be sitting on the fence right now. I think he has come out, but he did not come out the way we want. And I think he's one of the few bold, and I think I can give him credit that the governor for Kiambu needs also to come out, and others, they need to come out boldly and say, we are not going to seek. Okay? So the fact that he has come out first and waiting to see the repercussion, I don't think we should be so judgmental. We should be discernful that the fact that he has done this is a good sign. That's where I sit as an individual. Thank you.
There is this issue, Bundi, there is an issue that has been going around. Most of the leaders from the Rift Valley, or rather Ruto's allies, they have been saying that they want to take a motion to Parliament to withdraw President Uhuru's retirement benefits because they feel like Uhuru is being involved in divisive politics, which I don't think is the case, because the other day Uhuru made a call to the people of Narok, just telling them that Matiang'i tosha. That is what Uhuru said. He was like, I don't know Matiang'i politically, but when it comes to work, that guy does a very good work. He ni mchapakazi, which Nani has also said here. Kang'Ata has said that Matiang'i just have to, he just have to, he has to improve his political skills, rather, yeah. He just need to be a good politician and improve his political skills, but when it comes to work, he's already okay. So I think that is the only thing that former President Uhuru said. So I don't know why these leaders from the Rift Valley are pushing this thing of saying that they take a motion to the Parliament to make sure that some of the retirement benefits are being withdrawn from the former President Uhuru Kenyatta. What do you think about this?
First of all, let me give echo to Kang'Ata. Kang'Ata is a shrewd politician, and I love listening to him. His analogy about glass and water, it's classic, very classic. Few people can understand it. He advised Matiang'i that you have everything it takes, but there's something that is wanting. And it looks like Kang'Ata might actually gravitate towards Matiang'i. From what I heard him say and insist, it looks like he might gravitate towards his step pair. It looks like it is Matiang'i from his answer.
Why not Gachagua? Because he had a a positive comment about Gachagua also, because okay, he also had a positive comment about Kalonzo, apart from just saying that he should articulate his agenda and refine his agenda. Mtu mwenye alikuwa anaregarega kidogo pale ni Maraga, because Maraga he said about Maraga should create,
which was very
yeah.
correct. Those two analogies are very correct. But if you look at his own words, and you could almost eye contact moment. He wishes better for Matiang'i. That force to reckon that Wamunyoro is should have gone to Matiang'i. You go back and replay. Okay, he just said it's a force to reckon, but he understood he could not touch the wire. The fact that he took more time to analyze Matiang'i and his weaknesses and strengths tells you that I wish this was. But the fact that he did not also tell Gachagua his weakness tells you that let him die with his weakness. It's a force to reckon, but he refused to go there. But when it came to Matiang'i, he was a little bit. Now, when it comes to Uhuru issue, I've come to know now that it doesn't matter how much the government may steal. It looks like this man Uhuru has so much money, and it is really disturbing them. That is my conclusion, because you know, when you have fools around you, they will reveal more than it is intended to. Faruk Kibet recently said, wewe na hiyo pesa yako tutafunga benki zako zote. You see, it was not just words. It was not just bitterness. It was the extent of what? The decentralization of Uhuru's money. Not benki zako na mabiashara zako. I don't know if you heard that. So it looks like they can't tame Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. And it's really frustrating. Now, I said the other day that we need to put one candidate in Murdekir. And I think Uhuru is gravitating towards Murdekir by using the Maasai numbers. You know, that's a constituency that is very weird and funny. Kip should have been here to educate us more. So they have already started coercing the Maasai, which was very good. And if they do that, whether we will have one candidate or not, it will make sure that if the Kalenjins in Emurdikir decide to vote for their candidature, they want to make sure that the Maasais do not vote. Okay? And I think from the statistics, that is really hurting Aaron Cheriot, because Aaron Cheriot is looking at this. If we lose this one, all hell has broken loose. So, I mean, it looks this is the time that they are not going to take this less seriously. I think anytime you see Aaron Cheriot and Abueka on a serious note, know that the nerves of the president are up.
Yeah, there is just some bitterness that Aaron Cheriot has. Hadi vile anaongea, like his face always portrays that.
I think there is some bitterness that is beyond bitterness. It's not just bitterness. It's a phobia. It's a reflection and amplification of fear and loss. And Aaron Cheriot has classically amplified that. And you know, in politics, you rarely show that. Moi never showed that. Kibaki to the last minute, they knew this election is not for them. But Kibaki never showed that. But Ruto blue-eyed boys have shown it. And I've said it several times here. Valerie, if you look and go to the platforms that are supporting Tutan, you will not hear somebody speak the way Kang'Ata has spoken and the rest of the people who have chickened out from UDA.
Yeah, they are very
The talking point is Ruto has never lost an election. The point in talk is we have the system. The point in talk is we have IBC. The point in talk is, do you think somebody can declare somebody else except Ruto? Nobody talks about the number. Nobody talks about his failure. Nobody talks about the system collapse. Nobody talks about shisha and all these things. You see, the other day, somebody challenged.
No, wait,
Aden Duale.
Bundi. Now that you've said about issues of SHA collapsing and whatever, today I've seen Kipchumba Murkomen. There was a Bishop Onginyo said yesterday akiambia wanasiasa na MPs whatever and whatever, and today I've seen Murkomen responding to that. He's like, ati Bishop, unafaa utuhubirie sisi, tumekuja tukule chakula cha kiroho, sio kuanza kuona watu wa serikali hapa unaanza kuambia hamjafanya hii. Yeah, that is what I had Murkomen saying today. Then I'm like,
And what was Murkomen again doing today in Marakwet? Even in his home area, there is insecurity. Even the OCS, Hana Macho. An embarrassment. So, I mean, let's be very honest. These people are battered, flattered. It's a balloon that imetoka, you know, unajuanga vile balloon inatoka nini pumsi. You can't prevent it. Like they are just flat, they are depleted totally in every aspect. Unaelewa? How are they going to contain this? Unaona? Nyanza, they can't contain it anymore. I hear Oburu is in ICU. Okay? Kajuang has refused.
again.
Otiende has refused. People are coming out. Nyikal told Ojiende openly. Ojiende, honestly, has been called a chief goon by Cheregai in the Senate itself. Okay? In Meru, Kawira is coming out. In Kirinyaga, Ngirishi is coming out. How are you containing all these? You can't contain two boys, Babu and so I think they are having a hell of a problem. So I think they are sick, and the internal mechanism, the water is not holding. It's not working. And you look at their propaganda machines, it's not working. Raymond Omolo is not delivering. You see, John Mbadi comes and gives an economic analysis, and then they go to debate it on a funeral the next day. And he's their minister for finance. Okay? He's the minister for finance. Nobody, it's not the opposition who came and said this thing that they were discussing in Bomet in that funeral. Okay? So from where I sit, personally, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta has become the single most important target for them, because it looks like when Uhuru and Ruto sat down in 2013, when they were going to The Hague, and because of the nature of the trauma they were facing, it looks like Uhuru revealed himself a little bit more to Ruto than what he should have. And Ruto came to have glimpse of the money and operation of the Kenyatta family. And that has become a nightmare to them. So these attacks are not what you may think normal attacks. These are real attacks. But you may think they are political attacks. They are not. These are structural attacks that they know that this is how politics function. This man has money. He can get it to Kenya without our knowledge. How do we stop it? He's unstoppable. And now...
And why are they feeling insecure about Uhuru? Because there is this one thing, like he has a right to participate in Kenyan politics because this is a democratic country, and as a retired president, if you see your successor not succeeding, then it means you yourself, you're not successful. So it's like Uhuru is seeing this person that inherited me is leading the country into the bad direction, and I have to say something. Of which the other thing that okay, just as you have said, it's like just some bitterness is eating them up, because the other day you had, even you saw when Moho was playing the clip for the people of Narok, the phone call, like there is nothing that hata Uhuru hakuongelelea Ruto. He didn't talk about Ruto even for a second.
You know, one of the things that Uhuru did, Uhuru gave. Remember, Uhuru himself told us that nikaangalia biashara ya watu iendelee, sisi tunapigana. Uhuru looked way beyond. He had a cathedral mindset. He looked ahead and he asked himself, what is it for me after I retire? And I think that question bothered him, and he did the right thing. And he secured the peace that has been able very few presidents enjoy. In fact, Uhuru followed suit of actually Moi. Kibaki never really got the best retirement because Kibaki was sick by the time he really finished his. So Uhuru was still young, and he secured his retirement in a good way by creating not only relationships that were good, but lasting relationship. Even though Junet wanadanganya hapa na Mbadi na others for political experience, but he knew. The thing is, Ruto can never do that. Ruto, what is protecting him is the position that is having. And once he gets out of that position, I swear to you, if there will be a moment, Jerry Rollins moment, that Stone PK keeps talking, it will be then. I don't want to preempt that, but if you remember what when Jerry Rollins took power first as a military officer, one of the things they did, I don't know if you know that historicity, Valerie, and I will educate you on that.
Which one?
One of the things that, and you can Google and you see that, one of the historicity you need to know about Jerry Lawrence, and that's why the other day he died, he remains a statesman in his country, is that he brought all the leadership that was corrupt. He shot all of them and they died on the spot while the whole country was looking. I don't know if you know that. And if there will be a moment in Kenya that will totally take us out of corruption, is when Ruto and all his people will be paraded in front of Kenyans to make a statement that, look, this thing must come to an end. And Ruto knows very well. And that is why the bitterness in them, that, look, if we, you know, Njiru knows here, the Republicans have said, if we lose this election, we will all go to jail. And we are not talking about Republicans. We are talking about Kenya now. Njiru, don't bring that here.
Budi, I've come to give you company here, and you're starting to poke our party.
I don't need your
Go ahead.
company. Your company is the worst. Ukishapata joto unatuacha hapa. Hiyo company yako hatutaki. So what you know is, I think the intelligence has been upright with Ruto that, look, I don't know what you will do. The bitterness you could see Ruto speaking in regards to the registration of people not registering in Bomet the other day, and him turning around and speaking to his people, is a real fear. It's a phobia. It's beyond fear. You know, it's what psychology called exaggerated fear. You know, fear in itself is a feeling that God gave us for caution. Okay? So fear is healthy. So when it's exaggerated fear, then you understand. Now in psychology you call it, or in a medical term we call it phobia. So Ruto is exerting what we call political phobia. And the problem with phobias is that a person with phobia can kill you, can act in the most madic way, like they are cuckoos. Okay, the head is not cuckoo. So currently, if you look at Ruto, what is his escape route? we have told by the lawyer of Raila Amolo Odinga that Sifuna was his exit plan, okay, strategy. Does Ruto have an exit strategy? He doesn't. So the bitterness is real. And I said it here. And I told people, if only we can do one thing, hii kitu itaisha before 2027. If we decide, I hope our leaders will hear this. The Sifuna movement, the Wamunyoro movement, they're so loosely called the United Opposition out of the alternative government. We give one candidate and we win in Emurdikir. If Cheriot is speaking like this, like that, my friend, Cheriot will die on the Senate floor. Unaelewa? That is how people die, and you understand what, politicians' grip to power is not just for posterity. It is for survival. Okay? Now it gotten to a point where it's a survival tactic. It is their breathing in and out. If you have looked, power has become their oxygen. Without it, that's why people like Oburu say, we want power. Why? Because it is their oxygen. Without it, they cannot live. Uhuru distanced himself from it, and he was able to retire, and he has lived better than without that power. Ruto cannot think about that. That's why from the onset, when he came in, they were already thinking about 2032, extending the terms, because he knows the evilness that he's going to do. So the Uhuru all matrix is not about only bitterness, because he knows if Uhuru wins, that is his death. And in psychology, there's something called eco-defense mechanism. Utaona mtu kama umbo itakukimbisha vizuri hivi Valerie, hata kama hujai ruka high jump, my friend, that day utaruka fence fulani hata uta understand vile uliruka. Unaelewa? So that is called eco-defense mechanism. So they don't even have that eco-defense mechanism politically to help them. They don't have an escape route. They are cornered, and everybody is saying it. But the apologists are lying to themselves. So Ruto understand, and everybody has told him that, look, you are cornered. And that is why money is not going to help him. But the person that is going to equal his money and is ready to bankroll and get Kenya out of this is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. That's being his greatest enemy. And that is why you see Uhuru being talked anywhere for no reason. He speaks a little bit, it becomes a national issue. Even when he was not the point of what? So that is what we are dealing with now. Thank you. Naona wageni wamekuja, Kipa amekuja, na huyu jamaa, be careful, atawaacha hapa studio.
At least tuko na Valerie, eh? At least tunajua Valerie akiwa hapa we are safe.
Mimi nimekuja kuwapea joto, sijakuja kwa show. I've just come to be part of audience.
Nani alikwambia tuko na baridi?
Kuenjoy Ayaga, eh?
Nani alikwambia tuko na baridi?
Anakuja kutukana Ayaga. Njeru. Ayaga amekasirika bwana.
Ayaga koko
I just saw a guy ameingia studio na akawainulia vidole mbili. Huyo ni jamaa gani? Nikaona mmemtoa mbio.
Ayaga ako huko chini. Ambia Ayaga akuje juu. We need to talk with him. He's a good friend of mine. Ayaga kuja juu.
Avana alikuwa mtembei.
Alikuwa mtembei na amezusha huko bwana. Anaambia Uhuru, sasa sio Uhuru, anaambia Ruto rudi huko Mlima Kenya. Ayaga hata amenishtua sana. Now Ayaga ameanzia kuambia Ruto atukutaki Nyanza, rudi Mlima Kenya. That is what Ayaga is saying.
In Nyanza we hate lies. Ruto is PR projects. Nyanza people will not vote for him.
Ayaga has become clever.
Ayaga, to his credit, he was never paid. If there was a person who obviously, for him, his politics is different, is Ayaga. Ayaga, if you understood him, he's not being paid. But the rest, wamelipo bwana. Ayaga is the poorest commentator nimewaijua. So don't even say he's being paid.
Leo amezushia Ruto mbaya sana. Anaambia Ruto rudi huko Mlima Kenya, wamezoea kukusikiliza. Really? Ayaga, who told you like watu wa mlima wamezoea kusikiliza Ruto? Maybe you have a point. Budi, can you audit that statement? Ayaga anasema ati Ruto arudi mlima Kenya kule tumezoea kumsikiliza. Is it true? Is that statement right?
Okay, if you take a pool hapo chini, including Anne, the people who voted for Ruto, it's 99.9%. What in the mountain who voted, including you?
Ayaga amechokeshwa na Ruto mapema sana, na venye alikuwa anamuitanga darling the other day. I think maybe I want to ask a question. Bwana Budi, don't you think Ruto coalition is crumbling in our eyes? Like because I was expecting right now he was supposed to be showing a coalition going to 2027. So maybe can you explain to me what is Ruto coalition towards the election? Because you need a coalition.
Si Kenya Kwanza ni coalition bana boss. Si kuna ANC, kuna UDM.
Can you be able to plot for me that coalition? Yeah, like you played it for me.
Kuna UDA iko Central, Rift Valley and parts of Coast. Kuna UDM ya Wasomali huko. UDM used to be Azimio lakini walilipwa.
But is that coalition visible? Like, can you be able to plot that coalition and you say that this coalition is existent?
I'm plotting for you, bana. Usikie.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Kuna Ford Kenya. ANC was swallowed. Let me think. Who else? Hold on. Niambie. Because it was a big collision. Tusione blinded by what do you call it? By how we were blinded in Azimio. No, that is the trap you're going to have. Tuna ODM. Yes, ODM. Yes, we have ODM. DP wametoka.
Keep. You are saying we have ODM na nimeona leo Arati akigombana Mombasa akisema they want to be paid their money.
Sijui kama maendeleo chap was it swallowed? Yeah, iko kwa Kamba. Chama cha mashinani, I don't know. I'm just thinking, tuna pa tusisahau kuna pa was swallowed. Uko Kilifi, uko Kwale. So Kenya Kwanza has a coalition.
And by the way, guys, for the first time, mumesikia Gachagua ameita Kenya Kwanza Kenya Kwisha. Bwana Budi, did you hear that Gachagua statement where he said how watu ya Kenya Kwisha? For the first time, he has never used that word,
But that is
Budi, are you there?
Kenya Kwisha. He's one of the founding fathers of Kenya Kwisha.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, were you able to gauge out that statement from Gachagua today when he called Kenya Kwanza Kenya Kwisha leo?
Yeah, I saw that.
Well,
so can you interface for me that one?
Mbudi, let's praise Gachagua kidogo. We sing songs and praises for Gachagua.
Don't do that, show itafungwa bwana.
Tuimbe songs and praises. Tuseme Gachagua did a good job. Gachagua is almighty.
The reason why I'm somehow proud with Gachagua is he has managed to make Mlima very slippery. Unajua Ruto amekuanga akijigamba ya kwamba yeye Mlima ni yake, so nilikuwa nikitaka sasa ajipandishe.
For the next for the next year.
No,
For the
if
next year,
there's
Ruto has to go to Mulima all the time to save face. He can't stop. Itabidi
the
tu aipange.
the problem is anybody ambaye welcome is going to be catastrophic to them. People must save their faces. And
Kang'ata
I
has
think,
given them a blueprint. Kang'ata
yeah,
has given them a very
so
beautiful blueprint.
I think
I
for
can
me the most bold statement that Gachagua said that was loaded, but I haven't had anybody to respond because I think it was a catalyst so that his barking dogs may respond. Gachagua said this: "I don't want to brag." That's how he started. Because Gachagua,
But in
huyu jamaa
politics,
ni
he was
mchokozi
bragging.
sana.
So, Budi, in politics, is bragging. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Huyu jamaa ni mchokozi sana
Uh,
na ni mchokozi kama Kipa. Akasema hivi, unajua Kipa anajua kuchokoza Roba. Roba atakuja hapa na atoke tu, yani kama yani if I was Roba, I could know Kip vizuri sana. Kip wachanaga na Roba bwana.
Tutamwacha.
yeah, actually, we are
Gachagua.
losing a very good commentator. You keep tu anashindanga tu akipokma akimdungadunga tu. Na unajua Roba ananga patience ya hii mambo ya Kip. Unajua Kip, you might make Roba avunje TV yake bana, thinking that anavunja TV yetu.
So Gachagua said, I don't want to brag. But you know the next statement alisema? Let me tell you, Ruto does not know politics. I will teach him. Because that
But I
was
just think
like,
Ruto is just
honestly, hata kama unadharau mtu, hata hao watoto walisema ukweli, hata kama umpendi, usimdharau. Hao watoto walilia sana kwa ile I don't know if Valerie, you saw that interview, your buddy, and those young kids debating, whereby those boys were forcing us, hata kama ampendi rais, lakini muheshimu. So my question was, are you forcing people
I can't be.
to do that?
Oh, that boy.
Then
That
Gachagua
boy.
comes out the same day and says that. I think this time is Bagdog are a little bit wise, because I was expecting them to react so that Gachagua can say what he wanted. Unaelewa? But Gachagua, nobody has responded, so he cannot say what he wanted to say. I wish they could have said, because come back ingekuwa ngumu.
No, they've
Na hiyo
realized Gachagua is somebody that the more you respond to him, the more fuel you put on it. If you respond to Gachagua, atakuchoma. Gashagua's injection is hotter when you've responded to him. Atakukanyaga, just keep quiet. They're doing the right thing. Nyamaza tu. Nyamaza. Don't respond to Gachagua. Atakufinya.
But we need to go past that, because if we're gonna get glued to Gashagua's responses, then I think we are going to miss the coalition that we need to make now for the future. I think, but Gachagua is also going beyond there, and he himself has said that he's looking at the moment. They can work together, Linda Mwananchi and the alternative, which obviously looks like it is coming to fruition to me. I am not 100% sure, but these waves that are coming, even Kang'ata says this. I think people like Kang'ata are 100. Do you remember when Valerie? Do you remember when we lost Muturi? We lost Minji Minji. The last minute waves, we started asking why. It doesn't make any sense. We have the state, we have all these things. Why are people going the other side? Unaelewa? There was a big question. Now, the question also is why? Why are these people now becoming more rudimental or regimental in terms of focusing that, whatever is happening must not continue to happen? They are not saying two-term, but they are saying, for instance, Kang'Ata saying that, there is no posterity for this. He's telling, obviously, it's dead on arrival. Then it tells you that these people are working together without our knowledge. Let me leave it there. Valerie, I think I gave you hiyo joto yenye Njiru anatudanganya hapa when they were not here. Mi nilikupea hiyo joto na they should come here wanakupea joto when necessary. Waachane hiyo mchezo. Me, I will go down. I told you today is my family day. Wacha nitengeneze posterity.
Eh.
I think Valerie, you have a number of videos Kip amekupea. Maybe unaweza tupea, maybe kuna uhondo ameleta. Anyway, Mbudi, thank you for saying, kama ulileta joto basi sisi tumeleta stove. Ukiondoa yako sasa na sisi tuweke yetu.
But Njiru, haujaongea kuhusu hii mambo ya Kang'ata ama we uko okay, it's okay.
Yeah, I will react baadaye. Nitareact baadaye hiyo story. You know that's a very loaded exercise.
Usiweke videos nimeambiwa ni kwere. And is protesting. Cheza video.
Wanakwambia kuna difference yako na Cheragei. Mwambie Cheragei ni mnono. Wewe si mnono.
Labda nimenona. Labda nimenona.
Sijai kuona, maybe wewe ni mnono na
strategy back,
Niko handsome.
stretches back to 2013 when I first served as Member of Parliament for Kiharu. Over the years, as MP, Senator, and now Governor, we have worked closely in advancing shared goals for our people. I also had the honor of serving the Senate Majority Whip, a role that further deepened our cooperation and mutual respect. These are not small matters, and I acknowledge them with a lot of appreciation. However, as is natural in public life, there are moments when honest differences emerge. My divergence with His Excellency President Ruto is not personal. It is grounded on principle, specifically on matters political strategy, engagement with citizens, and policy priorities. I hold the firm belief that leadership must be anchored in persuasion, not pressure, in dialogue, not coercion. Politics, in my view, is about winning hearts through ideas, humility, and service, speaking to citizens respectively, even when they disagree with us. It also requires extending civility and restraint towards our political competitors, for they too represent Kenyans. Recent developments in our political environment raise concern. Instances of confrontation and tension, whether involving leaders, places of worship, those in the opposition, create a perception that politics is drifting towards intolerance. This does not strengthen our democracy. Indeed, it reflects patterns we once collectively opposed. Experience teaches us that such approaches can generate unintended sympathy for those perceived to be targeted. It is a reminder that we do not learn from history, if we do not learn from history, we risk repeating it. Allow me to emphasize on this. UDA party, among the reason it won in 2022 is because of how it was persecuted by Jubilee government. I'm surprised when I see UDA party repeating the same mistake of prosecuting people who are then garnering major political sympathy, becoming most popular and popular and popular. It's as if we did not learn anything in the year 2022. An example, we have seen attacks in churches in Odaya. We have seen attacks in churches in Nairobi, Eastlands. We have seen people being pushed out, like Sifuna from ODM party. And immediately that happens, they become major political players. So it appears we did not learn anything in the year 2022, that we should not coerce people. So beyond politics, I hold the view that manufacturing, education, and health should be the central pillars of our national policies. Yes, I agree there has been efforts towards these sectors, but the focus and the scale are not yet sufficient to deliver the transformation Kenya requires. In education, for example, we should have moved decisively toward fully funding free day schooling, estimated at about 40 billion Kenya shilling annually, to guarantee access for every child and ease burden on families. This can be complemented with investment in teacher quality, technical and vocational training, and school infrastructure. In manufacturing, I have to thank the current government for making an effort to create what we call special economic zone and export processing zone, EPZA, and Murang'a is one of the beneficiaries. But there are so many linking, missing efforts, many gaps there. For instance, water, roads, infrastructure, power. So if governments would have put all efforts towards that, as opposed to the current speed and the level of investment, currently these EPZAs would be working now. On health, I think it is possible for us to have a program that targets the poor, where the government pays for them. That way, we have people who cannot be able to pay out of pocket. They are supported. His Excellency the President has always told us that the people are supreme, and thank you for that statement. And therefore, my responsibility is to adhere to what people have told me. And in light of that, and because I've tried my best to have these issues resolved internally, I have had a candid discussion with His Excellency the President, one-on-one, where we shared these ideas, but we did not reach what we call full convergence. I have no doubt to say that after careful reflection, I wish to state that come 2027, I will not defend my seat on the current party ticket. I will later, at a certain stage, communicate the platform which I will present myself to the electorate. However, until then, I will remain a disciplined and committed member of UDA party. I'll continue to serve diligently in my capacity and to cooperate with the national government in delivering development to our people. I will remain loyal to the President and also to the party through the remainder of this term. I do not intend to become the President of Kenya, neither do I want to become the Deputy President of this country. Therefore, my interest and his interest, they do not conflict, strictly speaking. Mine is only to defend my Murang'a seat. But I felt this is important for me to say because I have seen for the last few days, the President has been in Murang'a. And every time when I go there, I'm being pressured to to endorse programs, to endorse him. Even the pressure has come publicly, including my friend Kemani Shongo. They have even suggested that I'm not sick, which I felt is not fair, because truly it is true I have a problem. I felt that's too much. They have even reached to a certain stage that I thought if I don't do this, people will start saying I'm a cunning politician. So I said, okay, fine. Let me talk the truth. My view on the party, my view on 2027. And today I've decided to set the record straight and to express myself that I've done my best. I've given my ideas, strategies, which the party thought otherwise. And I have to say the truth. Thank you.
Oh, Njiro and Kip, are you still there? Are you people able to hear me? Yeah, so Njiru, you are to answer questions about this Kang'ata thing. And I have a question for you because do you think Kang'ata has decided to announce that he won't vie for the gubernatorial debate using UDA's ticket because he thinks that his people, the electorate, have a different stand and UDA has lost popularity in Mount Kenya, or he has just decided to do that because he himself has decided to do that? Is it not because of apart from the important policies that he thinks are the pillars to strengthen this country? Apart from that, do you think maybe it might be because UDA is losing its popularity in the mountain, akaona sasa, hey, since my electorates in Murang'a are not aligned to UDA, that is why I've decided to ditch UDA.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, uniambie alafu tuone Kip yeye anasemaje kuhusu haya mambo.
Let me put the computer off for now. I will have to work on it because it looks like... Okay, so let me talk something about Kang'ata. And I think we famously call him Kang'ata wa Barua.
Goody anasema double Njiru. Uko na twin?
Yeah, wacha nifunge huyo twin mwingine. So, let me respond to Kang'ata. And the reason why Kang'ata is doing what he is doing. You know Kang'ata, we appreciate personalities the way they are. You know, Kang'ata hawezi kuwa watu kama sisi. Unajua, some of us we are very brutal when we are doing things. Sasa sisi ni wale watu tunakatananga na kitu mara moja. But Kang'ata ni yule mtu anakatananga na kitu in stages. So yeah, Kang'ata works in stages. So kuna vile like those are different psychologically. They are different personalities. So there are those people who respond at once, but there are those who respond slowly, but eventually they are going somewhere. So if I was Kang'ata, I would not do the way he is doing. Mimi sahi ningekuwa na tusi Ruto vibaya sana, but yes, hiyo mrengo yetu. Sasa Kang'ata yeye sasa mrengo yake ni ile mrengo ya like kupita pole pole chini. So Kang'ata is aware. Let's begin with there. Kang'ata is aware that associating yourself with UDA in Mount Kenya is a death sentence. There is total rejection of UDA. hata akina Mbarire sijui ni nini wanafanya huko, but watakuja kujionea. But I hear Mbarire has been rejected by people anyway, so hana kwa kuenda. But because Kang'ata kuna vile alikuwa amejiposition, hata kama alikuwa na Ruto, kuna vile alikuwa kwa Ruto na alikuwa anafanya job, from what I hear with the people. So people are not crucifying Kang'ata harshly, even though he has been with Ruto. So kuna vile tu like people are giving him that benefit of we can still work with you in another platform which is people oriented. So that one is very important. But Kang'ata angekuwa kama magavana wengine, kama wale magavana wa Tharaka Nithi ama yule gavana wa Meru. Saa hii yule gavana wa Meru hata aseme saa hii hata simama na UDA, no one will listen. So varally history ya mtu kujitokeza na kusema sitasimama na UDA, it is not for the people. Lazima kwa ground unaonekana. So kuna mtu hata akitokezea aseme I will not vie with UDA, people will not listen. But it looks like Kang'ata is having that credibility quotient where Kenyans in Murang'a still feel like this one can be our leader. And Kang'ata is trying to position himself ili DCP sinjae. So what Kang'ata did today ni slot amebook DCP, because I'm double sure based on what he's doing, I know Kang'ata will be a DCP candidate in Murang'a. So ile kitu amefanya ni slot ana book, because remember in Kiambu Wamatangi has already been replaced in DCP because of its slow moves. Unajua, even if you are trying to show that you are working with the government, you have also to start indicating where you are going. So lazima indicators zako zikuwe zinaonekana zinaenda wapi. So Kimani Wamatangi was not able to position himself well. Bado yeye alikuwa anasema sijui mimi niko kwa serikali, sijui nini, kwa sahi mimi niko kwa serikali, ikifika wakati nitasema the story which is there is that ukichelewa sana you people now they have already moved on. So that is the issue of Kang'ata. So I think Kang'ata is positioning himself so that the most popular party in Murang'a will consider him as their candidate. I can see Anin saying that Kang'ata aende PLP. Sitaki kuongea mingi sababu najua DJ wetu wako hapa. So I don't staki DJ akatae job. So and I don't want to comment about that. They are all friendly parties. So Kang'ata can choose the party he want. He can be in PLP, he can be in DCP, he can be in Jubilee. So I think for now, Kang'ata is trying to position himself, because unajua Mlima, and I want to give a theory ya Mlima hapa, by the way. Mlima ni watu wanafanya uamuzi kitambo. From ile siku Madam Valerie ulisikia wakisema Ruto hata afufue Dedan Kimathi, story yake tumemaliza. It was not a joke. So watu wa Mlima, they decide early and they decide in volumes. So, and when decisions have been done on community levels, you need to be a very transformative leader to actually question any decision which has been done. So I can tell you definitively that akina Kang'ata, they have just smelled blood. Now wameanzia kuona they will be swept by this euphoria, because there is a euphoria which is building up. So Kang'ata has just positioned himself in a place where at least he can be able now to negotiate. Aseme yenyewe, hata kama nilikuwa kwa serikali, I indicated. So at least he doesn't want to be blamed, and also he doesn't want another person, another popular and strong person to rise up in Murang'a. Then akuje achukue hiyo slot yake, because hiyo slot yake atachukua inachukuliwa. Any person atokezee tu saa hii, as you are dildaring huko unaanzia kusema sijui mimi I'm still deciding. Jamaa tu atokezee tu aseme mimi niko hivi, Ruto must go, we don't need him, and I'm the governor, I'm the next candidate of governor in Murang'a. That guy will be popular overnight. Already, and stop speaking to me. I'm not speaking to you. So wacha kuongea na mimi. I don't know why you are speaking with me. If you think we are fools, don't come to a show of fools. Wewe enda kwa show zingine. Mutembei are open and other people are open. So I don't know why you are still following us here. So that rubbish, we will not take it here. So respect us and we will respect you. So historia ya kukuja kutuambia, it is not, it's about a community interest. We have always been saying that politics is local. So there's no in which you expect Kang'Ata to side with Ruto, and that is not what people are saying. People in the ground are saying, sisi tumeachana na Ruto. So how do you want Ruto? How do you want Kang'Ata kutokezea aanzie kuambia Ruto, I can convince people? Kang'Ata cannot convince people. It is Kang'ata to conform. Politicians conform. Politicians do not tell people. I think that is what other regions are not understanding. And Madam Valerie, you need to get this. And that's why, to some extent, I'm proud with how politics in Mlima Kenya is going. Because in Mlima Kenya, politicians will not come and tell us who to support. Wewe ukiamua Ruto ndiye baba yako, unaenda ukiendaga ukiisha na yeye. So you not come and try to convince us that, let's give Ruto a chance. Already tushamaliza. That's why unaona Kang'ata is very clever. Kang'ata is not even trying to tell ati Murang'a people ati wacha huyu mtu tumupee nafasi kidogo, maybe pengine saa zingine first time inaguanga na mashida. You see, they are not even trying to convince people because people have already moved on. And it is only clever people who are able now to interrogate that, na wanajua ya kwamba sasa, based on what is happening, huyu mtu hata afufue Noah, he cannot make it here. So this is what is going to happen in Mlima Kenya in a nutshell, so that now I can give Kipriru. Now Kipriru, you need to say what we were saying together. Now, this is a litmus test, which is confirming that, saa zingine watu wamekuwa wakisema, we are not sure, still watu wa mlima watapigia Ruto. Vote surge can be seen. And Kang'ata, somebody like Kang'ata has a lot of credibility, by the way. I'm double sure right now, Ruto atafanya nini in places like Murang'a. I doubt if he can even manage 15% in Murang'a. Even with all the steering, with Akina Sabina Nyege, all those ones, I doubt if he can now, based on what is happening, I don't think he can even get 15% in Murang'a. I think it is sealed, and many other regions in Kenya, and the threat which Ruto is having. I do not think if Kalenjins will have the confidence even to support him after looking at how his coalition is exploding. Because the truth of the matter is Ruto coalition is exploding. Much of the people who supported him in 2022, they are no longer with him now. So his coalition has exploded. He is no longer there. I don't know if it is exploding or imploding. It depends. It can implode if it is pressure from outside. But if it is pressure from within, we call it explosion or implosion. I think UDA has imploded. So that implosion, he cannot be able to sustain it. And I think Ruto has no coalition. I am double sure even Akina, these guys Akina Wetangura, they will start now even feeling scared. And I'm double sure more people will be leaving that coalition. So I do not see Ruto, and I now start to side with, when Gachagua is saying Ruto hakuna siasa anajua, you can now see it. Ruto hakuna siasa anajua. How are you approaching an election which is 1 year away and your coalition is imploding? Your coalition is nowhere. Mlima Kenya, one of your political base has imploded. Kipsigi's people, we are hearing there is a close to implosion there. When you go to Western, there is another implosion waiting to explode. How can you say that you are even approaching a second term? I think for me, I do not see Ruto as a competitive challenger for anyone or to anyone. And I think it's a matter of time with the cross-examination even from the NIS, who are able to examine how political supports look like. I think NIS will tell Ruto, don't waste your time even to go for a second term. Look for a certain way to retire, or look for a certain way to leave this thing to somebody else. But because ground zero for Ruto was Mount Kenya. It has imploded. That is ground zero. That is the starting point. Starting point for Ruto was not even encouraging. Encouraging people came because they had confidence that kama mulima iko pande yake, hata sisi tunaweza ingia. Now ground zero has imploded. He has no path. And I think Ruto is gone. So what we need to do is now, we, as united opposition, we think of a credible politician to lead us, and then the goodwill of people like Akina Uhuru. We have also to appreciate it. Maybe sometimes we might think like they are not good people according to the way some of us we think, but any person who is coming to help us, we have now also to start now taking that goodwill from these people. Look, also, Valerie, when you now see Gachagua and Uhuru hinting to work together, that is a complete circle showing that Mlima Kenya will not work with Ruto. Forget about Akina Sabina Nyege, forget about the other woman, nimesikia ati akiwelcome Ruto hata wakimuimbia huko, that minister for land.
Wahome. Alice Wahome.
Forget about those idlers. Wahome is an idler. Forget about how Akina Wahome. Wahome cannot even convince her husband, his family, his children, even to support Ruto. So Wahome is just there to eat a salary, doing nothing. So there is an enough indication that Ruto has lost everything. His coalition has imploded. He has no path. He cannot. The Ruo people, by the way, that's also another big kicker. Ruo people who are going to support Ruto, subject to Ruto has a coalition. So, Valerie, you need to understand that there is no in which Luo people will come to support Ruto if he is not showing a credible coalition. So there must be a tag there. If Karijins are wary, if Mlima Kenya is not there, how will the Luo community be the only people who are loyal to him? So that coalition of the Luo nation is going to crumble because hakuna vile Wajaluo watakuwa peke yao. You cannot be alone. So Luo people were only going to support Ruto if Ruto showed a credible coalition which can win. But there's no in which Luo people watakuja peke yao. That one will not work. It is called confidence in statistics, confidence limit. So unless you show some confidence statistically that these numbers work, 95% confidence, 90. So like, for example, you say, with 94% confidence, Kipsigis or Kalenjin people can gravitate to me. With 45% confidence, Kikuyu or Mlima Kenya people can gravitate to me. Sasa hata nyinyi mukikuja, numbers zinatosha. There is now, that arithmetic is not there. There is no confidence in Mlima Kenya. He has lost it. It is to zero. For Wakaria, I think confidence limit is around halfway, 50% maybe. Now, how can the Luo people come to him? Unless kama Wajaruo wanapenda kuisha sana, they perennially want to be in opposition. I think the best decision the Luo people, and again, the Luo people will also do a decision with also looking at the Luya community. I can assure you, there is no way in which Luo people will make a decision which is contravening the Luya community. If the Luya community is gravitating outside Ruto, that coalition is now dissolving all of it. So Ruto will be left with no one. And I'm seeing a very scary moment, a place where Ruto has no path on anything. Thank you.
Kip, you are the one to come next on stage.
Yes. Niambie, unanisikia?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Najua tuliachia tu nani aongee juu ya Gachagua kidogo ashibe. Nasikia roho yake imechemka sasa. Gachagua. Gachagua. Oh my God. Oh, Gachagua. Usipoongea juu ya Gachagua passionately, Njero atakuwa mgonjwa. By the way, huko Mtembei, they're disparaging Gachagua. Wamesema, how can Gachagua all of a sudden be the defender of Luos? Inawasha sana. They don't they're dismissing the reason why Ruto is panicking about lower voter registration in Rift Valley, they're dismissing the fact that Gachagua all of a sudden is talking about ODM. It's a strategic move. Sasa kama Gachagua anataka kuongea juu ya ODM, huh? Either as a competitor or a future ally, shida yako ni nini? Because they know what Gashagua's influence is. Because I'll tell you as a fact, if Gachagua goes to Luo Nyanza, if he goes to Luo Nyanza, atapita na watu. Take it to the bank. Take it to the bank. The man's popularity, I'm not for him. Trust me. That is a fact. I would never want him to run for president because he's very dangerous. But give to Moses what belongs to Moses, and give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and give to God what belongs to God. So, but give him his dues. Like right now, if I look at the Ma people, there's nobody in Kajiado, Narok could ever talk about UDA. It's either you're with Jubilee, ODM ya nani, ya kina Sifuna, or DCP. So just there's no hapo hata fununu za UDA hakuna huko kwa Masai. That one is done. With the announcements of Muranga is out. Muranga is completely out because Kang'Ata is a very popular person. And indeed, he has given a blueprint to all other leaders as to how their way out, their exit plan. Because I think they're afraid to be ousted by the party, and then when you're ousted by the party, you lose your seat. Kang'Ata has given them a blueprint, which is basically saying, with using legal terms, is I am still with UDA, but I will not be vying with UDA. He has not gone against the party. He has not preached. You see, he's very careful. He has not preached values of other parties. So anybody who wants to leave UDA right now, they can do it very freely right now, because Kang'Ata is also very, very careful. He never goes to any Jubilee meetings. He never goes to any DCP meetings. But the time will come when he will pick. I think he'll pick Jubilee. Either pick Jubilee or DCP. I hope he goes for PLP. Tutamkaribisha. Very good leader. Very solid. There are certain leaders who Ruto anataka kunyemelea project zake. What's his name? What's the name of the guy?
Ndindi Nyoro.
Ndindi Nyoro. Ndindi Nyoro is another person that Ruto anataka kunyemelea project zake. You know why Ruto wants these people is the fact that when he goes to their counties or to their constituencies, he can then say that he has had a hand in these projects. Why do you think he likes going to Muranga? He likes going to Muranga so that he can state that something's wrong with your speaker. Oh. So that he can state that the projects that Ndindi Nyoro did are his. They come from the national government and Ruto alitupa pesa huko, which is not true. Kang'Ata, same thing. I think Kang'Ata fights tooth and nail to get his projects out there. He must be pushing. I think he's an administrator, a very good administrator. So for me, I think Ruto's only way to try and get at least some votes ya kuiba kutoka Central. By the Yakuiba, is by visiting Central every week. every week atakuwa akienda huko, but then also lazima aende kupembelezana na watu wa huko wa ODM, because ODM I was watching it. I actually thought it was a joint meeting between UDA and ODM, but it was just ODM. But ODM tried to show some strength by inviting Tumbokrats. Buddy was there, Joe was there. I don't know if Oparanya was there, and Opio and I, but they're all there. Not seeing Oparanya and Opio and I think there's I can smell firing happening. Naona kama watavutwa kazi huko, so hapo tutaona. Na naona ndugu yangu wako huko behind the tent. Roba, sitaongea juu ya Raila, kuja kwa show. Amenitumia video nimweke. So I think Roba is out there. Ano acha kuchokozi. It's a very long video. Roba, come and explain this video tuone. Nania machache kutoka mimi. Yeah, that's it.
And Akip, why do you think these people from your region are so bitter and until wanataka kupeleka bunge mswada wa kutopishia Uhuru retirement funds zake? Why are they bitter? Starting with Cheragei. I've seen Cheragei.
Those retirement packages are nothing to the Uhuru family. Hakuna kitu. There is nothing that Uhuru needs from it other than police security, which would be preferred from our head of state. But salary, he doesn't need the salary. I don't want to dismiss it, but what will Uhuru do with 1 million Kenya shillings? Or is it 2 million Kenya shillings a month? These are billionaires. These people have billions in the bank. The only trappings that Uhuru would be interested in is security guards, police coming to guard him. Other than that, I don't think they can remove it, and it will make no difference in Uhuru's life. Absolutely no difference. Yeah, but they can remove it. Wamtolee tu. So alikuwa ametoa ya Kalonzo. They removed for Kalonzo. There was a point in time walitoa ya Mudavadi. Who else was the vice president? There are a few people that have been threatened by that, but it is unnecessary pocket change. Other than that's the police security, because it's better to get security from police than hiring bodyguards. Obviously, he's got his own bodyguards, but it's just the trappings of state, and also access to when he goes for his what do you call it? As a senior statesman of the country. Yeah, there was a time they even threatened to remove some of Raila's, because Raila is a former prime minister, hata akona hizo privileges. Other than when he was going to protest, Raila had a convoy. It was a small convoy, but it was still a convoy. Alikuwa na escort gari mbili, occasionally atapata bike mbili hivi, but not all the time. So yeah, there are certain trappings that you get as a head of state or prime minister. Ama unafikiria gari ya Raila ikifika barabara ifagiliwe? Lazima ufagio barabara. Even Kalonzo cannot sit in traffic. That's a form of vice president of Kenya. Those are the kind of things that they need. Privilege, certain privileges like traffic laws, It's the same with Obama or any other state person. So in terms of in terms of them backing, I like what Alex said. Alex mentioned this, and it's basically that. It just means that the anger is directly from Ruto. These are what you call his attack dogs. Even the Wananchis already know these things. They're the one, they speak about it. They know what is going to happen. I predict that these are my predictions. Half of Luo Nyanza is gone. Yeah, Amanda. That one is UDA and maybe any other party, giving the people a little bit of freedom to choose whoever they want. That is a beautiful thing, meaning that the entrappings of ODM has disappeared. I actually appreciate the fact that Ruto is coming. It is good. It has to be as mixed as the rest of the country, except for the Kalenjin community, whereby ukienda Luo Nyanza kuna Ford Kenya, kuna ANC, kuna DAP, kuna ODM, kuna ODM, kuna UDA, wote wako huko ndani Western. I like that. The most diverse. Let me tell you, the people usually talk funny about watu wa Luhya wakisema wakwangi na msimamo. Actually, they're the most democratic people because they have diverse opinions. Wanasikia sera za mtu na wanaenda kwa hiyo. So that is beautiful. Ukienda kwa kina Alex, kuna Jubilee, kuna ODM, kuna hata UDA huko ndani. That is beautiful. Central, there's a million of them. Central kuna million, kuna ya Moses Kuria, kuna huyu mtu wa madawa ya kulevya kona yake huko, kuna super governor wangu huyo wa Meru, former governor, kona yake inaitwa UDC something. So Luo Nyanza needs to wake up and have new parties in there. Hata kama ni ya Ruto waingize hiyo, so that they learn their lesson when they say, oh, why are we always in opposition? Yes, you don't know how to pick. You don't know how to pick. And yesterday, I think you were not there. I was with Njeru yesterday looking at the different names. I wish Alex angetoka, because Alex grew up in Mombasa, in Kisumu. We found a few terms for together in Luo Nyanza, because they've taken that lantern. Tulikuwa na Lando. Then you guys have one which is close to you. The Luo say of war, Jafuo. But then Njero likes Jalop, ama Jaluare. I think we start with Jalop. Jalop is together in Luo.
To do what?
Together. We're looking for together in different languages. If you've got one in Luya, I think you have one. We found it. We found it yesterday. Let me see. Wait, waje hiyo. Hii ilikuwa mzito. Tell us these words, eh? You're going to put them on the chat.
Which one? Unajua, I wasn't there.
Ngoja Mluya utatuambia utatuambia kama we are close. Joy hapa. Here is one. Nimeweka hapo kwa chat watu waone. We explain this one.
Mimi sijaisikia neno kama hii keep. Ati yenye inasema bull, ng'ombe.
Inasema ng'ombe. Okay, sawa hiyo.
Kama hii ni nini? Okay, me I've never seen this word. Ama maybe mimi ndo sijui.
Na hii hapa.
Aki, I don't know. Me, I don't know.
Hapa ni kwa kuhusu being called a tribalist haini tishi. No, it's not that. It's the way these guys want to play politics. My friend hapo. Nimeona hapo kwa comments watu wanaogopa kuitwa tribalist. It's the only way that these old people can think of politics. If you don't think about tribal lines, I'm sorry. I thought tujafika hiyo stage ya kuangalia things maturely in Kenya. Haijafika huko. You have to see how tribes are lining against Ruto, because that is what he's used. Tribal lines. Unfortunately. Yeah. Ebu weka Gachagua kidogo, Njeru arudi. Play that video for Gachagua. Njeru will come back very fast. Okay, yeah, Gachagua harudi.
Jana Kasongo amewachilia ile watu yake kutukana Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Ati Rais Uhuru Kenyatta amefanya makosa, ati kusema Kenya haiendelei vizuri, tukuwe na mabadiliko. Sisi nataka tukuambie Kasongo, wacha kutuma vijana kutukana Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Kama wewe ni mwanaume kamili, tukana Rais Uhuru Kenyatta wewe mwenyewe, alafu tunaona wewe. Mimi natangaza hakuna mtu atakubaliwa kukosea heshima Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alikuachia nchi ambayo imesimama. Alikuachia nchi ambaye NHIF ilikuwa inafanya kazi. Umeharibu, umeleta mnyama anaitwa SHA ambaye haifanyi kazi. Uhuru Kenyatta aliwacha nchi, watoto wa university wanasoma. Tunaongea leo watoto wa university wako nyumbani. Uhuru Kenyatta alikuachia nchi iko na usalama. Wewe umetengeneza goons ndio wanatawala katika Jamhuri ya Kenya. Tunakuambia Kasongo na watu yako, heshimu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Heshimu Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta hapana warika yako. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta alikuwa rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya ambaye alifanya kazi inaonekana. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta heshimiwa asiheshimiwe? Rais Uhuru Kenyatta heshimiwa asiheshimiwe? Na mimi nimemuomba Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, my brother Uhuru Kenyatta, hapana uziwa uoga, hapana nunua uoga. Uko na haki ya kikatiba kuongea mambo ya Kenya. Uko na haki ya kikatiba kuungana na Rigiji, tutafute serikali pamoja. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, uko na haki ya kusema vile Kenya inatakiwa kukaa. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, uko na haki ya kunipigia kura na kupigia ile mtu ambaye unataka. Usitishwe na mtu yeyote. Mimi Rigiji na jeshi yangu tunatosha kulinda Rais Uhuru Kenyatta asitishwe, asibabaishwe. Nimeona jana hao viongozi ya Kenya kwisha wamewachiliwa na William Ruto kila pahali kutukana Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Makosa ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, amesema hata yeye ni Mkenya na ako na uhuru ya kutoa maoni yake vile Kenya natakiwa iongozwe. Mimi ningetaka kuambia hao viongozi muachane na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ni kiongozi wetu, amestaafu, lakini si kusema because he is retired, his mind is retired. He still has an opinion. He still retain his constitutional right to express his opinion, to have a political choice, to have freedom of expression, to have freedom of assembly. Wawachane na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Because Rais Uhuru Kenyatta aliwachia wewe William Ruto nchi ambayo imesimama. Siku Uhuru Kenyatta amekuweko, Linda Mama ilikuwa anafanya kazi, si ndio? Edu afya ilikuwa anafanya kazi. Watoto wa university walikuwa wanasoma. Mashule alikuwa anapata pesa. Hatukuwa na wahuni wanasumbua wa Kenya. The country was up and running. Within 4 years mumeharibu kila kitu. Sasa nyinyi mnatukana Uhuru Kenyatta kuliko muambie wa Kenya how will you fix what you have messed. SHA is not working. University finance model is not working. Uhuru Kenyatta left the country when all these things were working. So nyinyi mnaenda pale kutukana Uhuru Kenyatta, muache. And I want to ask my brother, I elder brother, President Uhuru Kenyatta, not to be intimidated. President Uhuru Kenyatta, you are Kenyan, senior citizen, and you have a constitutional right to express yourself, to associate yourself with whatever political formation that you desire. And I want to urge you, please, don't chicken out. History will judge you very harshly if you get intimidated and shy away from from assisting this country to get good governance. Na mimi nataka nimwambie Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, mimi mwenyewe na watu wangu tutamlinda. Hatutakubali Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atukanwe na mtu yeyote, kwa sababu yeye alifanya kazi yake na yeye apumzike akiwa nyumbani. Lakini hiyo si kusema tukimhitaji hatutaita yeye. Tukiona hii jamaa ametuweza, tutaita Uhuru Kenyatta kuja tusaidie, si ndio? Lakini hatujafika hapo. Saa hii mimi namuweza peke yangu, I am okay. Si ndio? I am okay with my colleagues. But if the situation so demands that we recall President Uhuru Kenyatta from retirement to come and help us to fix this country and get good governance, we shall do so. Na mimi nitaenda mpaka kwake nimwambie, kuja rais, saidia sisi. Lakini saa hii hakuna shida. Uhuru Kenyatta apewe nafasi ya pumzike na asipigiwe kelele. Sasa Obama aliretire, alisaidia rais mpya. Marais wengine wameretire, wako na sauti. Si kusema kwa sababu retire wewe si binadamu tena, ama ati akili yako imeretire. Hata ukiona maneno yanaharibika ati unyamaze kwa sababu you are retired. No. Uhuru Kenyatta has a duty like all the rest of us. If things are not going right, he must say so. If he can play a role in assisting us to get good governance, so be it. So my brother, President Uhuru Kenyatta, relax. Uko na askari ya kutosha. Akina Rigiji na timu yake watakukinga. We'll make sure you are respected and you are allowed to retire in dignity. Na nyinyi vijana ya Ruto, muache kutisha Uhuru Kenyatta ati mtatoa marupurupu yake ati akiendelea kuongea. Uhuru Kenyatta hapana maskini. Hata mkiondoa marupurupu, Uhuru Kenyatta ataendelea kukula na kukunywa. Si Uhuru wako na mali yake? There's no problem. Don't intimidate the retired president that you can withdraw his retirement benefits. Even if you did, it's just for a short time. Once we come in next year, we will restore the benefits with arrears and pay him with interest. Na Uhuru Kenyatta aendelee na maisha yake. Si ndio?
Kip, nini ilikuwa imenitupa nje? Sijui, I don't know why inanitupa nje. Are you able to hear me, Kip?
I can hear you.
Hii nini ilinitupa nje? I don't understand why.
Gashago alikutupa nje.
Ilikuwa inaniambia something went wrong. I don't know what was going wrong. Yeah.
Njero ameenda kulala, sijui ameenda wapi.
Alisema atakuja kufungua atakuja kufungua baadaye. Mimi hata niko kwenda. I still have 4 minutes. I wanna go sleep.
Uliona huu Gladys Wanga alisema nini?
Leo nimekuwa kwa Kang'ata. Leo I was just on Kang'ata. I was just
No, she said something very interesting. I don't know if I put it in the comments there. That woman is she's not doing well. Not doing well. Things are not good. Because every time you see her behavior, she's panicking. Unajua ukikula pesa ya mbaya, hii pesa chafu. Obviously you panic. Yeah, because she has to do whatever it takes. You know, there was a guy anaitwa Kamau wa Kisumu. Alisema shida sio Oburu Odinga. Oburu Odinga ni remote. Oburu Odinga ni remote. Ni Gladys Wanga. Even guys of Jacaranda know that these people have eaten money. Wamekula pesa. Wamekula pesa ya
Keep una katika kama it's my network.
No, wamekula pesa. No, can you hear me now? So in that so-called NDC walikutana huko Mombasa, she said, this party is not a
sijui ni network yangu.
Tuone kama if people can hear us.
Wala,
Can
I
you hear
swear
me?
Keep, I can't hear you. Una katika.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Sijui if it's my network or yours.
It's yours, it's yours. Tufunga tu show. Ni sawa. I think your phone imekata.
I think it is my phone then.
It is your phone, yeah.
Yeah, but I think also Mama Mary can speak kidogo before I close the show. I'm so
I can talk to her.
exhausted.
I can tell her. I can tell her what she said, what Gladys Wanga said. So Mama Mary, Gladys said, this party is not a personal property, and the responsibility for its future does not lie in my shoulders alone. That was Gladys. If ODM fails, the blame will not be on all of us, not me alone. The blame will be on all of us, not me alone. Every leader here must choose: either we build this house together, or we all perish as fools in the wreckage of our own divisions. So I think what she's trying to say is, Akina Sifuna, I'm not the only one who's going to be blamed for this downfall. Wewe rudi nyumbani, kaa chini, be a good boy, be quiet, tutapanga party. We have to make Ruto win. Nimekula pesa huyu mtu na siwezi achilia. Na ikianguka, I've already told you it's not my fault alone, it's also your fault and every single member here. She knows that she's put ODM in doom. Kukula pesa. Ruth Odinga was not there, a few MPs were not there, a few significant MPs. I think she was just stating that there were 90 MPs that had come to that conference. I don't believe you. I don't believe that. Anyway, Mama Mary, karibu.
Thank you, Kipril. Nakusalimia sana. Valerie, Jiro, I think he was on. Kuna wakati mlikuwa mmepotea, ikawa very quiet. I don't know whether it was on my side or your side. Yeah, it's a good day. Not concluded, but I believe there are things that are cooking. People are coming to realize that we better be better people rather than hiding in the bush, trying to make people feel like they are working for us and they are not. So they are coming to the open to show that what we have on the table right now is not the right thing to be for Kenyans. Na hiyo mambo yote imefanyika na watu hawataki kurudia ama kuendelea nayo. These people, they know very well that the government is doing bad things for the country. Mwenye amekatalia hapo aendelee tu kukatalia, lakini anajua ukweli uko wapi na ni nini Wakenya wanataka. Kang'ata is declaring and not declaring. I don't know. Namuogopa. Sijui ameshika pandi hii na ameshika pandi ingine. That is my feeling. That is how I would put it. You are continuing being loyal to a government that is being rejected by everybody. But you are there for the time being. How about the guy resigns kwa sababu ya kuona mambo si mazuri? What will Kang'ata say? Will he continue doing the same thing the government is doing, or ataachana na wao kabisa ndio sasa akuje pandili anafikiria? Because these guys, they have done us a big damage ya kuto wa trust. Tunakosa trust kwa sababu ni watu wanasema hivi alafu kesho yake wanarudi wanasema hivi. Inatuisha kabisa na tuweka pahali pabaya. We want people, mtu akiamua ni kuoga, unatoa nguo, unaoga. Lakini huwezi osha kichwa tu na unasema unaoga. Nothing like that. So we want people to clear the air and tell us where you belong. Because right now, nimesikia Kimani Ichung'wah is calling Kang'ata hypocrite. Sio namuita hypocrite kwa sababu amekataa mambo yao na bado hajaamua, wako tu pamoja. But we want to hear their good decisions ambayo tutafurahia. We want to hear, because we are not playing games. Wananchi si wanacheza games. Wananchi wako serious because they are the sufferers. Wao ndio wanasikia uchungu. These people are not feeling the pain. And whoever feels the pain has to declare and say, this is what I am going to do. Hakuna mtu ambaye analazimishwa kuwa pamoja na watu ambao si waaminifu. Watu ambao
Why do you think Kang'ata is still with Ruto?
I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know.
He's not. He's not. What he's doing is, yeah, let me explain.
You know, for me,
what is happening. No, let me explain. Let me explain to you so that you feel at least reprieved.
Okay.
You see, he's on a very tight rope right now. I kind of understand. He wants to finish his work in Muranga, and to finish his work is in Muranga, he needs to do it without being taken to court, without him being taken to disciplinary with UDA. But he stated that, you see what he did, he actually created a blueprint for other Mount Kenya members to do what he's just done. He stated that I have not left the party, but I am not running with the UDA party, meaning that atachukuliwa kotini kwa disciplinary, atachukuliwa kuenda kufanywa impeachment, so he can finish the work that he started for the Muranga people. Also, he's also firing a warning shot to Ruto kusema kwamba usikujange hapa kufanya hizi vitu za unafanyanga hapa na kusema projects zenye mimi nafanya ni zako. You can come, it's fine. You come do your own thing hapa, ufanye hizo vitu zako. But at the end of the day, I am not campaigning for you. He has said it in so many words. I am not campaigning for you. What's his name? So he's already told them, I'm not obliged to sell UDA. I will be a member of UDA, but I am not obliged to sell what? UDA. You know, if you start saying that I support you DCP, I support Jubilee or PLP, atafanyiwa impeachment because he has said nothing illegal, but also stated categorically he's not running with UDA. And this is what you call the pressure from the people. Pressure from the people is telling him tubutu kukimbia na UDA, hapa hatuko UDA. So I'm just stating, like, if he decides to talk about the party he's going to run with, I think it's going to be around December this year. So I can promise you he's out. Take it to the bank. Yeah. This is also a way to show other Mount Kenya members that there's a blueprint of how to do this. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Is that Kip?
Yeah, it's Kip. It's Kip.
Thank you. Thank you for, you know, making me feel full of, you know, I won't complete that. You have made me maybe understand on the other side of the coin. Sababu, Kip, if you look at what these people are treating the country generally, even the inhabitants, it is not a good situation we are in. Na ukiangalia utaona most of these people actually, they are not there for the goodness for people. They are just there for themselves. Na hii mambo ambayo watu huwa wanatuambilia ambayo haijafanyika ndio inafanya watu wawe na uchungu mwingi. But so far I feel good because 1 + 1 = 2. We want most of them to realize that where they are, it is not the end of life if you decide otherwise. Na ikiwa basi mtu atajiuzulu ama atatoka kwa ragai at the end of the day, utajikuta mambo ingine imetokea na umezibwa. So however the version that you are going to use or the fashion, we are watching, and we'll keep on being vigilant. Who are the people connected to us? Na nikiongea hivyo ni kusema tuna shida kubwa ambayo si lazima mtu kwa sababu amefanya mambo mazuri awe ako pamoja na sisi. They can afford to do good things because of they have the money, na hiyo ndio inafanya watu wengi wapotee, especially we people, the inhabitants. Mtu anakuwa ako na pesa ati kwa sababu amekuwa tajiri. You see, he is the only person who can vie for a certain seat. Tafadhali msidanganyike kwa hayo mambo. We have got people who don't have money but they have wisdom, and they can use the country in a better way. They can help the wananchi in a better way, especially this very time. Ule wizi umeendelea Kenya yetu, wa mali, wa mashamba, wa kila kitu, ni mkubwa sana. With those people aim is that the much I will have, the many people I'll buy, and I'll go back to be elected. That is where we will fail, we Kenyans. If we look the money, na tumeambiwa many times, pesa ni shetani. Let's look for people honorably honoring us kama wananchi, ambao wanatuheshimu, wanaheshimu tabu zetu, na watatimiza hizo tabu kutusaidia ili tuweze na sisi tufike pahali tunaenda. But if Kenyans are going to fall trap of money, we will be in the same shambles, and it is very bad. You have suffered enough. You have faced a lot of problems, pain. Usisahau hiyo. Don't forget the pain you have gone through. Mungu amekufikisha pahali amekufikisha. Kumbuka, you have the power to eliminate all this pain. So, hawa watu vile wanaongea, let me repeat that point. Vile wanaongea, watatuweka pahali ambapo tutawaamini kwa sababu ya vile wanatuongelesha, which is okay. We will not go to their brain to know what they are thinking. But we Kenyans, we have to be very careful. And we have to put our manifesto on the table that we want good governance, we don't want corruption, we want jobs, we want our children go to school, we want medicine in the hospitals, the hospitals should be taken care of. Yani, those basic things should be on the table. And those are the ones that makes us, excel in any way. Sababu lazima uwe kiafya uko sawa ndio uweze kufanya biashara yako. Lazima uwe unaelewa kitu ndio uweze kuendelea. Na kusema kuelewa kitu, lazima uwe mtoto wako anaelimishwa ndio ajue kitu na ajue vile mambo huenda. You cannot bring up a nation which has no education, which was introduced millions of years or whatever. Alafu uje uabandon ati sasa watu wa adopt vitu zako wewe ambazo hata wewe unaringa ukisema hapo hakuna president mwingine amesoma kama wewe, but you want to destroy for the coming generation. So what I'm trying to say is Kenya is our country. Na Mkenya yeyote akijua Kenya ni nchi yetu, you have the right. Not killing anybody, not fighting, not insulting, but you have the right of getting the best service ever. Because everything is available. It's just being misused thriftily. Na hii mambo yote imekuja ikatukuta, sasa watu wamerudi kuona haya, Is this how things can change? Kenyans, look at the people walking on the streets, the way they are being killed by each other. Kwa sababu ati uko na simu, unagongwa na nyundo nyuma, wakijua kabisa akikugonga hapo wewe ni kukufa. Ndio achukue kasimu. It is costing your life. Simu ina cost your life. Ni kwa nini kumefanyika hivyo? Ni kwa nini hiyo mambo inaendelea hivyo? Because people have realized even the government is not after looking for the security of the people. They are just busy corrupting and eating our money, misusing our money. Because we ought to have security. Police ought to be going around in the city, wherever, and ready to capture those evildoers. But nothing. They are busy stealing money. They are busy taking our money to where it doesn't belong. Wache kutuletea pesa huko mashambani. Hizo pesa zifanye kazi ndio zisaidie kila mtu kwa nchi. We don't need handouts. Lakini hii ndio sasa wameona style ile watatumia. Ndio waingize. Hebu imagine Mkenya, unapewa hiyo 2,000, 5,000. How many days do you eat? And how many days have you gone through pain? And how many days will you go through another pain? Wacha hiyo katikati umepewa hiyo kidogo hapo katikati. Those are things that you should put into consideration. Kama mtoto wako anaenda shule, shukuru Mungu. Kuna mwingine haendi shule na hana chakula ya kukula. And we are not asking this government to give us food to eat. Give us peace. Give us the services that we deserve. And we are not asking. We are not requesting. We are demanding. Because that is why you are in that office. Na hiyo kitu ndio sielewi. Ruto hakuna kitu atafanyia watu bila kuambia, mnanielewa mimi nyinyi? Asifu sisi ni wazembe. Fanya kazi ile ulisema unaenda kufanya. You promised so much and nothing you have done. Now you are trying to make us fools. After stealing our money, you come and try to subsidize that problem kwa kutupea hiyo chembe chembe ndio tuendelee kukusikiza. That is evil. Kwa hivyo wananchi wetu, mimi nawaomba. Every day I'll be saying that. Mimi nawaomba. Muungano wetu ndio utatutoa kwa hii shida. In fact, that is the solution. Togetherness. Tufunge macho tuseme hatutaki kukuona, hatutaki kukusikia, masikio funga. Angalia mbele. Go vote for the wisdom. Go vote for the person who cares about you. Go vote for the person who will accept to take only the salary. Ile ameambiwa aende nyumbani akafanye kazi. But not those people who are killing the country, taking everything for themselves. Alafu tena anakuja kukubenyulia kidogo kidogo hivi. We are not ready for that. We can make more than what you are giving us. If only we have good governance. Kwa hivyo Wakenya wetu, those are the words that I can use. Kang'ata, you are on lookout. You know what you are saying. You know who you are. Don't perish with those who will perish. Because we are going to make people perish. And perishing is that they are not going to see that seat again. And they should be assured that that is what is going to happen. It's my wish, Kenyans, that they stand firm on their grounds and eliminate these people, not killing them, get them out of those seats and get people who cares, who have humanity and empathy. Kenya yetu ni Kenya ya amani na ni Kenya nzuri. We are proud of that country. Our country is Kenya. That is my country. I love. Kwa hivyo wa Kenya, tuungane pamoja. Tuliambiwa kuungana kuwa umoja ni nguvu. Uhuru kuongea kwake kumemaanisha kitu ambacho watu wa mrengo huo mwingine wameona sasa hawana namna ya kuendelea kusikiza Uhuru. Wanaona Uhuru hatakiwi kuongea. Let me ask you, hata neighbor akiona kweli napiga mtoto wangu bila sababu, kama kuna pahali ya kuripoti ataripoti. Kama ana uwezo atavuka hiyo fence akuja aniulize kwa nini unachapa mtoto namna hiyo. Kwa hivyo Uhuru has total right kukemea maovu yale yanafanyika kwa nchi yetu. Na mtu ambaye ako na akili timamu anaona mambo ile yote inafanyika Kenya, you cannot be happy because you don't know what will happen tomorrow. We need to straighten things right now and the right time. Kwa hivyo Wakenya na waomba tuko pamoja, tufikirie habari ya nchi yetu. That is the country we belong and nowhere else. Asanteni sana. Thank you so much, Njiru Kiprio, Wakenya wetu. Anywhere you are, let's be together and make our country great again. Coming soon. Thank you.
Thank you, DJ. Asante sana. ODM. Tuko tayari na ya pili, tunataka power. ODM. ODM. To our deputy party leaders, our CS Hassan Joho, chairman of the Council of Governors, our SG, our trustees ambao pia wamefika, governors, wabunge, senators, wanachungwa, hamjambo. So today we are gathered here, almost 90 MPs. By tomorrow will be almost 90 MPs, 13 governors, the entire NEC, to discuss party unity, inclusivity, and our strategic preparedness for 2027. And when Charles Zoyaya was here, he said, and beyond. Because we are looking at 2027 and beyond. Because we've been 21 years this year, and we hope to live another 30, maybe to 50 years. Maybe this is the party that will be here for 100 years, ambayo ilikuwa imesemekana. And we hope as a family, as an Orange family, and our CSs will also all be here. Hassan Joho is here. We'll have all our other CSs here, our experts in government. And we'll be happy to have that conversation. We hope to have an honest conversation, because this is our first retreat since the loss of our leader, our father, our mentor, our anchor, our true north, Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. Do you people imagine how many times you thought about politics when Baba was here? Did we even think beyond? We always said Baba will give us direction. And he did all the thinking, and he did all the maneuvering, and he did all the negotiations, and he made all the sacrifices, and then came and held our hands and said, now proceed. But because we have to take that position, all of us under our party leader, Dr. Buru Oginga, we hope we can have an honest conversation about where we've come from as a party, where we are as a party, and where we want to go as a party. And I'd like to say that this conversation is not for a few. If you look at our values, if you look in your constitution, na leo kila mtu ako na katiba, page 12 on our party values. The top one there, page 12, party values. Number 1 is the supremacy of party members. That is our very first value as a party. Meaning that every voice, every person at the grassroots and here, their voice must count in the direction that we take as a party. If you look at our objects as a party, na tuangalie tu pale Article 7, mimi nimefikiria when our party leader said tunataka power, he was just saying. But Article 7, page 10, 1A, to attain our party's objects are as follows. The topmost is to attain political power through constitutional means. And look at C, to participate in elections.
Wacha nisimamishe hapa because I need to audit Wanga kidogo. Yeah, because I cannot understand her. So anasema ati I now understand our party leader was discussing about power and it is in their constitution. So why is Wanga confusing us that they are looking for the power which is in the constitution and they are talking about negotiating with Ruto to get power? So the question which I'm trying to ask myself is negotiating with Ruto a path to power and a constitutional process, as she explains. That is what maybe Mama Mary you can discuss that a little bit, because it's like mimi huyu mama simwelewi ati anasema constitution yao talks about power, but yes, the constitution talks about power, but why are they saying power comes from Ruto then? So what is the difference between Ruto and the constitution? Because I think ni kama hata huyu mama anachanganya watu. Go ahead Mama Mary, anaweza kama Kipril yuko.
Unaona deka notes mingi hapo. You can see she's deflated. She looks defeated. I think there are a few missing MPs, heavyweights. The rest I think were paid to come. Hata kama ni wote walilipwa tu. Unajua ile allowance ya Ruto tunawalipa. What I think she's trying to justify the move for power, but unajua, let me explain to you about some Arabs and some people in Dubai and Saudi Arabia. In the Quran, it states, you shall not taste any alcohol on this earth. That's what the Quran says. So what they do, because they're billionaires, watapanda mandege, waende wakalewa huko hewani, watalewa, wafanye kila kitu yenye ifanye kwa earth, pombe ishuke alafu ashuke chini. So it means they followed what the Quran says, but it's not literal, you know. Some of these things, if indeed they believe the Quran is a book of God, that is not literal. Alcohol is haram to them. You're not supposed to drink. Because the Quran states that you shall not have alcohol on this earth, you should not drink. So the same analogy comes with Wanga saying that power is part of the constitution of ODM. Yes, it's true. But how do you gain power? By putting a candidate to run. Putting a candidate. And indeed, what the lawyer of Raila Amolo Odinga and one of the confidants of Raila Amolo Odinga stated that Sifuna was the backup plan of ODM party to come out of this broad-based nonsense. And in not so many words, Sifuna did explain the plans of Raila. Raila, I don't know if it's true that he believed that in himself, that when I don't know how much of that did Raila actually believe, that he did not want to have the country run into turmoil when the Gen Zs went into the demonstrations so that the army could pick up. I don't much believe in that. I think we should have, we're better off with the army rather than a tyrannical person like Ruto. Yeah, I rather that anytime. So for me, what I believe is Sufuna was supposed to be the way out. And this fat woman cannot allow that. Akubaliani na hiyo kitu. Anavanga wig moja, sijui ni kama ajui mada ya kutafuta wig zingine. You know, and unfortunately, I am sorry for body shaming. It's just that she irritates me. Apologies for body shaming her. She just irritates me. Every time I see her on TV, I can just see ni mtu wa ushago kabisa. Huyu, you can take the village, you can take the woman from the village, but you cannot take the village from her. She's just a pure villager. Absolute. You know, I don't even like saying this. You know, just sometimes people who have never seen wealth, ikiwa kujia, they don't know how to handle wealth. It's the same thing with Ruto. These people don't know how to handle wealth. You become so gluttonous. Ushaona mtu wenye ameona keki for the first time, ataenda kukula yote mpaka tumbo ifure. Ukichukua yeye kwa buffet bana, buffet ataenda tajaza sahani ijae. Unashindwa bana boss, hujai kula buffet before? Never had in a buffet. Ateka ice cream on top of mchele, ateka pineapple huko ndani ya noodles, ajaze nyama na kila, mix everything in one plate ikuwe mountain. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, so all right.
Oh, that's what you wanted to add, eh?
Yeah.
So, Kiplil, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there is also another thing which I wanted we also discuss. Moses Kuria ametoka kwa TV saa hii na kuna maujinga amesema hapa. I just wanted to share that video. Maybe once my computer starts off, because I don't know, ni kama my computer is not coordinating with my audio. I don't know why. I will have to sit down with it and know why is it that these days I'm having that issue. But Moses Kuria anaanzia kusema places which will decide the election. So that is what I wanted to share with you. And you make me understand, is Moses Kuria a piper for the government when saa zingine when anatokezea pretending like he knows a lot which is happening in Kenya?
Moses Kuria ukimlipa any fee ataenda kuongea whatever you want to hear, whatever you want to hear. When has Moses Kuria ever predicted anything of substance? Don't pay attention to him.
Yeah, I think
huyu ndio
I've
mtu
gotten that
alifungiwa,
video.
huyu ndio mtu alifungiwa na Ruto from entering the discussions during the Kenya Kwanza. He's useless.
He makes himself important.
Alikimbia huko, amekuwa mkorino siku hizi.
I think maybe Moses Kuria tries to make himself important, right?
No, he sold his party. What an idiot. He had one MP. Angeshikilia hiyo. Angeshikilia that MP person. He would have fought for that person. It's the same as this guy for chama cha mashinani. It is embarrassing.
Oh,
Anyways,
Kiplina, nakuuliza
unafunga
kama
show baadaye.
no, nakuuliza kama unanisikia. Are you hearing me?
I can hear you.
Nimezima simu, nazima simu, wacha nataka kuongea kwa computer. I want to hear if you are hearing me.
I can hear you. Na sijui ulikuwa umeita Sabina Chege nini ati Sabina Nyege. Not normal. People on the show are asking me, what did Jerry just say? Ati anaitwa Sabina nani? Am I wrong, Ann?
terms of voter registration, achieved 99 collectively, the 26 counties of what I'm calling tyranny of small numbers, achieved 99.98%, close to 100% overall. So counties which underperformed, like in the Luo Nyanza, were compensated by counties like Turkana, etc., etc. But in terms of these 26 counties, and you know, I'm saying tyranny of small numbers because for you to win these counties, it requires some work. You have to hunt. It's like what I call hunters and gatherers.
So, tyranny of small numbers. Tyranny of small numbers is Mutaingoni theory, right?
No, it's just
Bwana
basically
Kipris.
what...
Sio ni theory ya Mutaingoni bado ameanzia kuleta.
See, because wameona kwamba wameshindwa na the big guys, he'll backfill himself with all other counties if our partners do not see that plan. Once I'll talk to Martha Karua about it. It is basically, he'll go take West Pokot, he'll go take Turkana, atenda huko kwa Somalia, ande kupinch huko. That Ruto is going to steal votes by what Moses Kuria is saying. He's just showing you his blueprint right now. And that is the thing. I want Jubilee to go backfill those things. Waache kung'ang'ana huko na Central. Central has already been backed up by Rigathi Gachagua. What they need to do is this so-called tyranny of small numbers, is where Ruto is going to plan to steal the election. And I can see it. That is where he's going to steal. Huko kwa Northeastern huko. Wajir, Mandera, huko kwa kina Msimamo huko Kwale, Kilifi, the so-called tyranny of small numbers, Lamu. They're just showing you the blueprint. Tyranny of small number, my foot.
You have to walk a very long distance for you to be able to put these counties together. But these counties achieved 971,719 new voters. So you might appear small here, small there, small the other place, 971,719 voters. Let's compare that with the other counties which I'm calling the tyranny of numbers now. The fairly larger counties where
the Meru,
So what they're telling us is the voter suppression has just happened right now. Those are the foreigners Ruto has gotten. Those are hizo vitu mlikuwa mnaangalia hapo. People who don't even belong to those counties will be voting from there. Mtu amepelekwa huko ndani na hata voting huko. Continue.
Which is basically Meru, Tharaka-Nithi, Embu, Kitui, Machakos, Makueni, Nyandarua, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Murang'a, Kiambu, Laikipia, Kisii, and Nyamira. There are only 14 counties.
Yes.
And according to some people, they claim that these counties are predominantly, in the opposition. Yeah. So the tyranny of small numbers is mostly within broad-based. The tyranny of numbers is mostly within the opposition. So if in terms of performance, these counties achieved 84% of target.
Which is less than what...
which is less than the tyranny of small numbers achieved.
But when we look at the tyranny of small numbers and the counties that you spoke about, the 26 counties, in 2022, they registered about 8 million...
I'm not there yet. I'm coming there, please.
Are we going there? Let me take it slowly.
Next. Don't worry. Okay. Let's look at that, just this registration. Then next we ask ourselves, now, having seen this registration, what does it mean in the overall? So I'm just looking at who made efforts.
Okay, so we had 90 plus and 80.
98 is only 99.98. That's statistically 100%. So the tyranny of small numbers put a lot of effort and achieved almost 100%, according to IBC target, totaling to 971,000 new voters. Now, conversely, what I'm calling the green zones or the tyranny of numbers, 14 counties is not a lot of work compared with 26 counties. These counties achieved only 84% of the target that IBC had given them and registered 705,000 new voters.
Yes.
So in terms of the difference, the tyranny of small numbers achieved, what's the difference there? It's 200 and something. 270.
About 270.
That is more. So the tyranny of small numbers, which are predominantly broad-based, achieved 270,000 more in this, just in this, the one they added. 270,000 is enough to tilt an election if you saw what happened in 2022.
What has been done differently? Well, you talk about effort that has been put in.
Yes.
What was done differently? And are we going to use the same effort, or are they going to use the same effort to actually ensure that these individuals who have registered now cast their ballot?
And I'm coming there. But before I come there, so far, let us take stock. 26 counties registered 270,000 voters more in this decision than 14 counties which are...
Pause. Hebu tuone sasa ati Nairobi. We.
Lakini
number
Kiprip
three.
pia unafaa kujua, unaona this Rift Valley number, you need to understand there is Nakuru here, there is the Masai land
Rift
here.
Valley. I'm not worried about Rift Valley. Look at number 3.
Wow. Number 3 is Eastern. Eastern kwani ni Korea nani hapo? Si Eastern ni sisi hapo.
So nataka kuiba the north of East. Huko juu. From huko
no,
like
I think this number 3, it is from Mukambani kupanda mpaka Masabit. That is Eastern. So and na hapa juu hapa the north, hapa north wanakuanga wadogo. It is sparsely populated.
Hoja, you north ya 3. I'm very afraid about that one. Watu wa Marsabit wameexplodiwa.
How is the density?
How can Nairobi?
We need to analyze the density.
How can Nairobi only have 276? Hiyo ni uongo gani? Your Rift Valley, those are ballooned numbers, my friend. Utapata hapo kwa Rift Valley, Turkana imeexplode. Bomet na hizo zingine zimeexplode. My friend, I am seeing the game plan here. Hata wamesahau mambo ya Wasomali.
Ona hiyo comment ya Ann. Ati Ann anasema,
no, he's pretending. He's woodwinking us. He's woodwinking us, yeah. Ruto anatuchezea akili hapo. He's pretending. He's pretending. Alafu aseme, mulidisikia sasa mkapiga kura mka register more. This 652 is fake numbers. He's pretending that ati ilikuwa low, kumbe ame-explode numbers hapo 652. He was pretending. So that we don't talk about it. We're looking at the red herring. We're like, he's crying because Kalenjins have not voted. 652, my friend.
Hebu sikia, Ann anasema ati hapo kwa registration ndio tumekamatiwa chini. What does Ann mean with that? I need to do not underestimate Kasongo and UDA Sala.
How can Central only have 282? Me, I thought it was 500,000, my friend. I saw the number of people who went to register. Rift Valley hata sikuona
Kwani
hata mtu mmoja.
wanarejistiwa wakitolewa? Hiyo
Nikuulize,
unasema
wakienda
Central.
kuregister,
Central kwani wanaregister waking'olewa? Hao wa Central wanaregister waking'olewa?
Wanatolewa, wanang'olewa bwana. Watu wanachukuliwa places that they did not vote. There are people who've come off. This is how he's going to eat you guys, but I'm sorry. This is it. It's happened. Pass. Amechukua election.
So Kiplil, so according to what you are seeing with this map, what can you deduce quickly? Like, what are your take? Like, are you saying that one term has no option based on this map?
One term is stealing. Number 3 and 7. That is where he's going to steal from. Number 3 and 7. Number 3, 7, and 6. All of a sudden, Nyanza.
3, 7, and 6. Yeah. So,
yeah, but
yani Nyanza wako in pa, yani wameachana na Central na 12,000. Not 12.
Is that real?
Ngirine. Ati Nyanza na Central, yenyewe hapa nimeona hapa iko noma hapa. Central na Nyanza ni ngiri 3 hata. No, 4K. 4,000 at Nyanza at Central compare Nyanza by 4,000. This is stupidity. And then suddenly at Western iko chini. Western is being demagnified. Western has more people than Nyanza. Hii ni uongo. Enyewe nimekubali. Angalia tu Western iko 231. Nyanza inaweza kuwaje mbele ya Western?
This is impossible. This is voter suppression, my friend. Kubali hapo. I did not expect this.
I think we need to start speaking about this. So now, don't you think now our generals need to start understanding this map now based on the way it is building up?
I don't know, because
so wewe Kipril sasa you have proximity to Martha Karua. Si atapata hiyo details? Ama?
I'm going to speak to somebody tomorrow because this is not right. Ametufungua macho bana. Look at Rift
Then
Valley,
Sunday
bana,
we are celebrating at how good our numbers are. Kila mtu alikuwa anasema ati huko kwa wakale watu wachukui kula. Kumbe kuna vitu hatukuwa tunaona.
Look at that. And you cannot I know you're going to talk about Nakuru. No. Amefieka kila mahali hapo. How can we have 652 all of a sudden? Ngoja. Let me see. Hold on. Ngoja kidogo. Mombasa ati ni 8,000 people. Irinyaga is only 7,000 people. Acha bana. How can Tarakaniti have 4,000 and then Meru 11,000? Niangalia Rift Valley.
Wako na nini na decomposed values
I'm just checking them out. Just 1 second. Turkana may register 9,000 people. How can Turkana register exactly the same numbers as Meru? 9,000 people. Hii ni mchezo. No, hizi namba za Moses hazikutoke kwa ABC. These numbers are not from IEBC. I wish this show was we had Njeru paying attention. It would be nice.
No, I'm here. I'm listening to you, Kipril. I'm waiting for you to decogest the numbers. Hata mimi naangalia numbers zingine pahali.
It's not even 650. I'm seeing Rift Valley with the numbers in 2026 is 94,000. Sijui Moses anapata hapi 650. Turkana all of a sudden has 9,472. How can Turkana be in the same breath as Meru? Mombasa? Mombasa was beaten by Turkana. Apana. Those are fake numbers. How can Turkana be the best performing county? Omechapa Mombasa. Okay, while you're congesting the numbers, I'll wait.
Yes, Kipril, tuendelee na hii video ya Moses Kuria ama kidogo? Let's see what Moses Kuria is talking about these numbers, because
What are you doing, bana? Ngoja before you play the video, what are you doing? Unataka tufunge show turudi baadaye ama?
No, I was looking at Google because ile kitu nataka, I'm trying to understand ni hii tyranny of numbers. I'm looking for numbers. Hii tyranny of numbers wanaongea about tyranny of minority. Hii tyranny of minority which they have suddenly trying to create in a map. What does it mean?
Turkana sijui imetoka wapi bana, honestly.
Unaelewa hiyo tyranny of small numbers, huwa anasema tyranny of small numbers.
So wanaenda kuchokoza watu wa Turkana huko na Mandera. They're going to
but what I'm asking myself, what I'm asking myself kidogo is Nyanza small numbers, because I can see they have balloons in Nyanza.
Exploded all over. Nyanza's already
is Nyanza part of small numbers?
Nyanza's all of a sudden exploded. Like Wajaluo wamekuja kuvote all of a sudden.
Can you imagine?
The Luo people, those are fucking idiots.
The reason why this thing cannot be true, there is no in which Rift Valley can have double Eastern. That is not true. Statistically, that one is not possible. Rift Valley cannot have double Eastern. How can it say that at one person in the East, for every two people in Rift Valley, one person is registering in Eastern? Eastern is equally a very vast region with very many people. Statistically, is this one correct? At Rift Valley in a register times 2, Eastern in a register, and they are vast. They almost the same. Rift Valley and Eastern, they are almost the same size. So you come on bwana Kipril.
But Eastern has more population than Rift Valley.
Most of our area, Eastern 308 and Rift Valley 652. And yeah, statistically that one is not right. There's no in which unaweza niambia at Rift Valley is outmaneuvering Eastern. And they are almost the same number, the same size.
I'm going to write a letter to Okiya Omtata about these numbers.
Coast 198, okay. Nairobi, okay. Nairobi, you can. Hii Rift Valley this Rift Valley, I would want to know hizi numbers za Rift Valley ni wapi? Where is the bulk? Can you help me understand Nakuru kuna numbers ngapi? Have you seen out of
Nakuru umesema 14,000, but I don't think these numbers are right, bana, because
14,000?
I'm checking ABC, yeah. This is fake news, bana. Watu natekwa nyara, bana, he's lying. Alafu tukilala hivi ataenda ataongeza watu in the middle of the year. I'm sorry, ametushinda tena. He's beat us again. I'm sorry. Meru 67,000, Wasingishu 64,000, Kajiado 55. Nyeri wameikanyago bana, Nyeri ni 46 only. Mulima, you've been suppressed.
Okay, let me ask another question. What about former numbers? So when you consolidate what we have with the former numbers,
wait. All of a sudden, Homa Bay imechapa Nyeri.
Homa Bay inachapa Nyeri?
Yeah. Homa Bay has 53,000.
No, I think now we have to make our united opposition guys now. Akina Matiang'i, are they aware of this? Ama tu wanatembea tu.
Kulala bana. This is sleeping.
Have they gone to the microscopic analysis of like what we are doing here?
Kisumu, hold on again, because they know Kisumu is not 100%. Kisumu has been suppressed. How can Homa Bay beat Kisumu?
Unajua Homa Bay wanangoja huyo ni deputy president anatayarishwa bana. They are preparing the deputy president. So deputy president lazima waonekane hapa na watu.
That is UDA zone. No, Homa Bay is officially UDA zone. Let me check Migori. Wamekanyaga Nyandarua. Nyandarua is less than Wajir. Embu has been suppressed also. Embu is only 22,000. Embu is competing with Wajir. How is that possible? How can Busia be beat by West Pokot? This does not make sense. These numbers don't make sense. There you go. Migori. Migori is on the top. Migori is top 20. I knew it. I know they elevated Meru because I know why they elevated Meru. They elevated Meru because of Kindiki. They thought he'll bring the Meru vote. That was the plan. Njeru umetoka bana, unanibo.
I'm here bwana. What is the issue? Sina kusikiliza.
Cheza video. Babo bana.
I've got the benefit of being large county.
No, say that again, please.
The difference between the tyranny of small numbers,
yes,
which are government leaning, and which are 26, and the 14 counties which are perceived to be opposition leaning, is, first of all, in terms of percentage of effort, the 26 counties almost achieved 100% at 99.98%. compared with the 85% for
The green zone.
for the green zones or the large counties, and that amounted to the small counties, the 26 counties, gaining an advantage, a further advantage they didn't have of 270,000. Yeah. So the difference between what I'm calling the yellow zones, tyrant of small numbers.
Keep to analyze hapo. This one is now serious. Sasa ndio hii. Ngojea kidogo. So ati hii ni 2022 sasa. Watu wanaja William Ruto ati 2022 alipata 8.6, opposition 7.4 na swing ilikuwa 6.1. Akina nani wako wapi? Sasa ndio hii registration 2026. Sasa Ruto already yako na 971. Sisi watu wa upinzani tuko na 705. So unaona sasa sisi we are being marked, tuko down. 705. Alafu na swing vote 693. Unajua hii swing ni shared. This one is a shared number. So registered 2027 11 million William. Mbona opposition Yeah, analysis ni ya nani? Kipril, can you guide me here? At registered 2027 wanapea Ruto 11 million na opposition 1.3. Opposition anzia na 1.3 how? Hii 1.3 opposition ni gani?
Sijui.
Alafu sasa ndio hii ati kwa strongholds already washasema voters 2026 William Ruto these people are piping for already washaanzia kupea Ruto 7.3 na opposition 6.1. Then unaona hata ukiweka swing already, hata swing ukipea opposition we cannot defeat William Ruto. So already they are trying to say, because unaona swing ni 668. Hii 668 hata ukiweka kwa 6.1 already tuko down. So according to William Ruto amefanya hii analysis, we have already lost the election. The person who is doing this analysis, we have already, because already amepea Ruto 7.3 na opposition imepewa 6.1 na swing ni 668. Na ujue swing huwezi pewa kila kitu. Yeah, bana. Hii bana, this one is a government propaganda. I can't believe.
So propaganda, this is how they're planning to steal. My friend, this is a blueprint. Angel Mathiao, they're going to put it in your head, then you believe it.
No, I cannot believe in it. So
not you, not you. I'm not talking about you. To the wananchi, then they believe it. I'm deflated bana. Hii ni mbaya bana.
Ati Akeshi anasema ati you remember Ruto and said he will defeat opposition by 7 million. Kipril, we better speak with our generals about this. I think this one is showing a very serious indication. Tuwaulize, si tumekuwa majenerali wetu wamekuwa akisema kura zetu hazitaibiwa hii raundi.
Mimi nitampigia simu nimwambie bana, hii kitu ya Gachagua bana. Yeah, nani? We need to start
the green zones is that between 28th of March when we started the exercise and 28th of April
the 30th of March, the 20th of April.
Yes, yeah. April. The tyranny of small numbers gained an advantage of 270,000 more than the other counties. But let us move to the other. We have got 7 counties we've not counted for. Now these 7 counties, which I call the swing votes, and every country has their swing votes.
Yes.
In America, we have got the Ohio's, the Iowas, the Pennsylvania's,
Here we have the Trans-Nzoias.
Yes. Trans-Nzoia, Nakuru, Kajiado, Kakamega, Vihiga, Bungoma, Nairobi.
How is Bungoma? How is Kajiado?
How can Kakamega be a swing? What is this guy saying?
Kajiado is gone.
Huyu beshte bwana. Ona tiyo registered voters 2022. I think hii tu ni kitu tu anajaribu tu they are trying to show how Ruto is numbers ziko mbele, but I don't think they will manage to persuade Kenyans that they have numbers.
Acacia, it's not about us being confused. This is what he's using as a blueprint and nakuja kutudanganya hapo kwa voter. that this is what they've taken and then
Nairobi.
manipulate the numbers.
So those counties, nobody can say clearly this is.
Smart founders know something most people miss. Get your domain name even if you're not ready to launch your business. With Wix,
This is too much.
Opposition or
Opposition or government.
Yes.
Everybody has got a fighting chance. Now these counties,
Yes.
the swing votes of this country, the Pennsylvanias of this country, they have got only 7 counties. But in this voter registration,
This guy calls himself a Catholic.
Uone huyu jamaa ni kama kuna mtu alikuwa amemwandikia hizi vitu. These things is reading them. You was paid by somebody akaambiwa enda kwa TV ukasema hizi vitu. Unaona vile anazisoma? Ni kama huyu jamaa, uone huyu jamaa ni kama there is somebody who gave him this information. Kipril. Huyu jamaa uone somebody tried to feed him properly. Akamwambia sasa enda kwa TV sasa ukapeleke hiyo mambo sasa. Hizi vitu zote anasoma hapo. So anasoma ni kama enda like somebody.
No, but you see, tulitoka from 1.8 million votes, all of a sudden jumping to 2.6 within a week of closing. Ni kama tumesahau walikuwa wamesema ati tunafunga na 1.8. Sasa wanakuja kuongeza hapo to 2.6, but hapana bana, hii ni mchezo bana. I'm telling you, these are games. 2.6 imekuja aje?
they registered. Let's see, how many did they register?
They registered about 668,270.
What does that say?
Voters.
What does that say?
There's a huge turnout, but it's still less than for the two, although this is fewer counties, 7 counties.
How can Nairobi have 51%?
Yes. And maybe we should also compare with the registered voters that were existing in 2022.
We are coming to the voters of 2022. But what I'm saying is that these counties they registered almost 100,000 new voters per county. Of course, we have got large counties there like Nairobi.
Yes.
We have got large counties there like Kakamega.
We actually have them on screen.
Yeah.
Our viewers can have a look at the figures that we got from IEBC. Trans Nzoia at 398.
Okay, let me ask a question because kuna vitu sielewi. Nakuru inakuwa swing aje? Me, I need an explanation of how Nakuru is a swing.
No, because there are Kalenjins there.
Really?
Nakuru is a shared county between the two communities.
No, I don't refuse. Yes, it's a shared county, but you always give the dominant number a win. How do you? A swing is something which can go to anyone. Is Nakuru going to go to anyone?
Predominantly, if you include Naivasha and Molo, yes, obviously, majorities from Mulima people. That's
unajua, these people are not understanding the meaning of the word swing. Swing means it is indeterminate right now.
Boss,
I'm
coming back.
The word swing means what?
Swing means it's either or.
Yeah, and you can't determine at the moment. It can go to any of the person. That's what swing means.
But Nakuru, but Nakuru is 100% going to go to opposition. That's a fact.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Nakuru cannot be a swing.
If you have Limuru, if you look at Limuru, look at Naivasha, look at Molo, and look at most of the city, hiyo imeenda. There's no way Nakuru is going to tell me that it's got William Ruto in that thing. We look at Narok, we look at Kajiado. There's no UDA activity. There is no swingness there. Hiyo ni uongo. That's a lie. We look at Meru.
Yeah, so Kipril, as you respond to that, can you help me understand, like, if you are the opposition, how would you use these numbers? Come on, you upinzani sahi, how would you use these numbers?
Me, I just say it's time we start throwing our numbers there also. Tuache ujinga. We should also start showing doubt to these fools. I want Gashago to show his numbers. I want Babu Wino and them lot to start showing their numbers. Everybody show their numbers. We cannot always just be having numbers from Ruto. Because Ruto did that before with, what's his name? With this guy. No, I'm talking to the committee, bana. Tongena committee yetu, bana. I can't have this, bana. This is garbage. We can't always have Itumbi giving us numbers and then us, we don't have our own numbers. Did you see the poll I sent you? Ruto is 49% against Sifuna's 21%. No. Okay. We'll talk later. Bado niko hapa, but you continue talking.
Okay, sawa. Wacha Moses Kuria amalize na hizi numbers. Nitafungua baadaye once we finish this one, but this is something, I think this is a very good starting point for the opposition, especially when in terms of wanting to show Kenyans that they are serious in what they are doing. Yeah, I think that one is okay. So wacha Moses Kuria amalize na namba zake, and then we close the show for now.
8,981, that was from 2022. And the voters 2026 is now sitting at 441,235.
Because we registered 42,000.
Around 63, yes, around 63%.
Yeah,
turnout happened.
I think if you look at it from the performance of just this particular voter registration, I'm trying to get that. I think I've got it here. Trans Nzoia, if you go to the last slide, I think that's where it is. Trans Nzoia achieved 124%. 124%. They were supposed to register that 3,000. They registered 42,000.
Yes.
You've seen that?
Yes.
On the very last slide, not this one. If you look at Nakuru was supposed to register 119,000. They registered 89,000. So they achieved. No, they were supposed to. They achieved 85%. They achieved 85%. Now, Trans Nzoia achieved 93%. Sorry, Nakuru achieved 89%. Kajiado achieved 104%. Another county that did very well, the Kakamega County, and it's a large county, achieved 93%, 98%. Vihiga didn't do very well. They achieved 69%. And then we have got Bungoma, which achieved 100%, actually Bungoma. And Nairobi, very well done, Nairobi, achieved 101%. So in any case, 668,000 new voters came from these 7 counties, which is close to maybe around more than 95,000 per county on average. And this is where the election will be lost or won.
But
are you tired of your YouTube channel not getting the attention it deserves? Building a YouTube channel can be a very lucrative.
So tukimalizia, by the way, we still have the fund drive for Msimamo. So kama kuna mtu akona kitu anaweza tuwekea kwa namba ya Msimamo. So let me put it here. Namba ya Msimamo ni 0724739940. So kama kuna mtu anataka kuwekea Msimamo kitu, please put it hapo 2473. Naweka hiyo namba hapa 99. Siku hizi nimeiweka kwa kichwa 40. So tumekuwa tukichangia Msimamo. Msimamo nyumba yake ilibebwa na maji. He still doesn't have a place to 072473. Hiyo ni 9 ya 9940 ama uweke kwa in Cash App. So Cash App ni, let me just put Cash App ni $200 0. So any of the place pesa itamfikia. Yeah, the first batch we were able to send him so any of those numbers, so ukiweka kwa Cash App hapo tutamfikishia, ama ukiweka kwa M-Pesa hiyo namba tutamfikishia. So nyumba yake ilibebwa na maji, so ilibebwa na maji and we are trying to help. So 0724739940. Yeah, so I don't know if you are going to take what is happening as propaganda or not. So the other thing which I also wanted us we discuss, and I think we have keep on looking at here, is the way Gachagua gave a commitment of helping Mr. Kenyatta to fight. So Gachagua alisema he said unequivocally that they will help Kenyatta to fight. So I'm looking for that video. I think let me look for it. Maybe I can end with it. So just give me a minute.
Njeru, this guy,
nimekuwa na Wamasai huko chini jana nimekuwa na wazee
those numbers.
Go ahead. Jama mgani unasema this guy?
We should do how many counties are Kalenjin?
There are 5 Kalenjin. Kalenjins are 5 counties.
We need to do our own poll. We need to do our own poll.
Yeah, do you want Gachagua to continue? Ama unataka kwanza tuendelee na hiyo?
We've got Bomet, Kericho, Nandi, Wasingishu, Elgeyo Marakwet, Baringo, West Pokot. Tuko na kidogo huko Trans Nzoia. Tuko na watu huko Nakuru na Laikipia pia.
Na Narok pia. Murwandigi iko wapi?
Ay boss bana. Endelea tu na Gachagua. Hapana, I've seen this guy's dirty game bana. Shit.
I think we also have we have smart people who can also see that. Do you want to tell me that Bwana Kipril, we are the only people who can see that? Unataka kuniambia hawa akina Gachagua akina Madhakaroa, they do not have smart people who can see what we are seeing?
Matiang.
Akina Matiangi, they cannot see what we are seeing. Na Matiangi, the other day he did a mic drop. Wewe utaiba kura zetu.
Yeah.
Is that mic drop not working?
It works. Watumefikisha ngapi ya nani? Rafiki yetu Cash. I can't hear you.
I'm saying I'm still waiting for people response. Ile nilikuwa nayo by jana I posted to him. So sijamuuliza M-Pesa amepata ngapi, but mtu akiweka kwa Cash App I'm just dropping it to him. So Cash App ni at ni
Awesome.
$200. Nilishamteremshia. So namba ya msimamo ni 0724739940. So wale ambao wako na M-Pesa unaweza weka hapo. Please.
Good man. Good man. Thank you very much. Saidia ndugu yetu. Thank you Njeru for doing this.
Yeah, so unajua msimamo ni kama alipata issue. So let me explain that. Tumekuwa na mvua ya mafuriko and msimamo ni kama nyumba yake ilibebwa, sio ni kama nyumba yake ilibebwa. So he has been suffering as kids have been outside. So we are trying to bring some funds together to try and see how we can help. So out of 44 people, kama kuna mtu anaweza tuwekea 500, 200, ngiri moja, it doesn't matter. Haba na haba ujaza kibaba. We can be able to help that family. Yeah, at least mnajua hatuwasumbuangi sana, but ikifika ni like such a dire need, we might want some little help from you people. So please, kama uko na namna unaweza changia kidogo. Yeah, we don't want to put pressure on people. Atusemi ati watu watoe ile pesa wana. Just give what you have, what give in comfort. So kama unaweza toa 100, 200, we have no problem. At least itafanya kakitu. Tutaweza kununua mfuko moja ama 2 ya simiti, ama kipande cha bati, ama kipande cha ubao. We can get something. So yeah, there is no little money. 0724739940. Ukiweka hapo utapatana na jina ya mtu anaitwa Chaka Mdune, alafu na atafurahia ile mambo tunafanya. Msimamo has been part of us. We have been co-working with him even on issues of school. A number of kids have gone to school courtesy of him. Amekuwa sauti ya watu huko mashinani, especially in ni Kilifi ama ni Kwale, bwana Kipril. Kaunti yake ni gani? Ni Kilifi ama Kwale? Maybe to get that from him.
Huyu ni mtu wa Kwale.
Yeah, huko Kwale, huko Kwale kwa Walamamba. Shipapa. The guy who used to call himself Shipapa. Although I don't know these days where he is. Shipapa. Amepotea sana. He needs to come and join upinzani bana. Unajua sasa kuna Kobe na Kasa. So sasa yeye ni wa upande wa Kasa bana. Upande wa Kasa lazima umenyane na Kobe. So he can always enda pande ya Kobe bana. Lazima sisi ni watu wa upande wa Kasa bwana. Sijui kama bwana Kipriru unaelewa hiyo lugha ya msimamo ya Kasa na Kobe. Ndiye alinifunza hiyo lugha. So alisema kuna Kobe na kuna Kasa. So binadamu wote sio sawa. So anyway, I think I appreciate our involvement here. So bwana Kipriru, should I get another opportunity, I will be here again. But for now, Gachagua, sorry?
Yeah, I'll be here.
Yeah, no problem. So what I will do is nitacheza hii video ya Gachagua akisema the way they are going to defend Uhuru. Maybe I know umesikiliza hii video, maybe before niicheze, how do you take when Gachagua is saying mimi na watu wangu we are going to defend Uhuru Kenyatta? So what was your kicker there? What was your take?
He wants Uhuru Kenyatta to inject her. Anaambia Uhuru usiogope, we'll defend you. Last time, indirectly saying last time we hit you hard, tuliharibu mali yako, but this time round tulisema pole. And he also said at the moment I don't need your help, ikikwama kidogo ingie. Also is asking for injection for cash. He wants funding for Jubilee because he can't do it alone. This thing has to be from everywhere. And Jimmy Wanjigi, all these people have to run. Safina, even Safina, I'm supporting Safina. You know, I want everybody to go after Ruto. Everybody, stuck him to moja baki. Akae peke yake huko peke yake. I even want Wetangula to head. Aingia aseme he's running for Senate or whatever. Yeah. Kila mtu aende against Ruto. Thank you. Cheza hiyo video tutaongea baadaye.
Okay, sawa Kiprile, I appreciate wacha Gachagua aongee. Let's listen to that extensive video and please, if there is somebody who can talk towards what this glitchy information we are seeing here, please reach out to them. I know you are much connected than us. Wengine watu tunajifanyanga tunajua watu, but I know where you know people who know people. So I don't think we are at the same level. Wengine watu tuna support hata watu hatujui, but ni sawa tu.
We're not the same. Okay, later. Bye.
Jamii, leo tuko na mkutano, tutaendelea na yetu ni kusema ya kwamba tunataka hii area yetu isonge mbele vizuri. Tumefika hapa tukakuta maendeleo hakuna. Jana nimetembea karibu kilomita 20 huko ndani na sijaona hata kikigi moja ya stima. Nimeaibika sana. Barabara hakuna, kila kitu imesimama. Na mimi naona haya kwa sababu nilikuwa hapa tukitafuta urais, tukafanya promises mingi kubwa, kwa sababu ni jambo ambaye tuliahidi, na ndio tunaomba ya kwamba hii barabara ikuwe ya kukamilika, hasa isaidie wakulima ndio waweze kupeleka mazao yao katika soko. Naona William Ruto alianza pande ile ya Taveta kwa sababu ako na shamba huko.
Hi American parents, I am offering a free class of my best-selling math program. Here your child will master.
Ako na shamba. Sasa ameanzia na pahali iko shamba yake. Angekuwa muungwana aanze pahali watu wako wengi. Lakini msijali, asipomaliza hiyo barabara mwaka ujao si mbali. Tumebaki mwezi 14 hivi. Kwa hivyo isipomalizika tunaomba amalize, akuwe muungwana kwa sababu aliahidi. Asipomaliza basi sisi tutakuja kuhakikisha hiyo barabara imeendelea. Mimi tunaona haya sana ya kwamba hii damu, mimi mwenyewe nilitafuta pesa 175 million nikiwa ofisi na PS wa irrigation Bwana Kimotho ambaye anatoka hii county, na tukasema ya kwamba hiyo damu itasaidia wakulima sana katika Kajiado South. Walimtoa ofisi, wamesimamisha. Hiyo pesa ilikuwa imewekwa kwa hiyo damu, imeondolewa. Mimi naomba William Ruto, hata kama uko na shida na mimi, usikuwe na shida na watu ya Kajiado South. Hakuna haja utoe pesa ya damu ambaye ingesaidia hao wananchi na ugali unatafuta kura zao. Na kuomba kwa heshima utoe onyo, ile pesa imetolewa hiyo damu ilegeshwe, hiyo damu ikuje ikamilike ndio iweze kusaidia watu ya sehemu hili. Kuko na kazi mingi sana, mambo ya stima hakuna. Hayo yote ni mambo ambayo tutashughulikia. Lakini kabla sijaketi, niseme tu mambo matatu ya kitaifa. Ya kwamba watu ya DCP wameniambia nipiganie kiti cha urais na niko hapo. Lakini tungetaka tuambie Wakenya wasikuwe na wasiwasi. Sio kusema kusimama kwangu inaweza gawanya upinzani. Sisi tuko wengi sana. Tuko wengi sana. Tuko na Dr. Kalonzo Musyoka, tuko na Fred Matiang'i, tuko na Martha Karua, tuko na Eugene Wamalwa, tuko na Justin Muturi, tuko Fred Matiang'i na kila mtu na mimi. Hakikisho yangu ni kwamba zote tutaketi pamoja, tusikizane, tutoe kiongozi mmoja wa kupambana na William Ruto uchaguzi ujao. And I want to promise the people of Kenya that Rigathi Gachagua cannot be the dividing factor in the quest for one presidential candidate. Mimi nina matumaini na ninaomba wateue mimi. Naona nimetosha. Lakini kama haitawezekana, isemekane ni mwingine ndio tuweze kutoa huyu jamaa, mimi nitamuunga mkono. So we want to clarify to the people of Kenya that our objective, our plan, our quest to have one single presidential candidate still stands. And the fact that we have declared individually does not undermine that commitment and that objective. So musijali, tutaketi chini tukubaliane hapo mbele. Lakini saa hii kila mtu atafute umaarufu wake, si ndio? Kila mtu you go and consolidate your support. Kila mtu azunguke, atengeneze chama yake ikuwe strong, atafute wafuasi. Kila mtu wako huru na sote tuko pamoja. Then hapo mbele tutaketi tuulizane kati yetu nani yako na umaarufu ya kutosha ya kupeperusha bendera na ya kuleta ukombozi katika Jamhuri ya Kenya. Na ndio juu ya hayo ningetaka niseme, nimeona jana hao viongozi ya Kenya kwisha wamewachiliwa na William Ruto kila mahali kutokana na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Makosa ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, amesema hata yeye ni Mkenya na ako na uhuru ya kutoa maoni yake vile Kenya natakiwa iongozwe. Mimi ningetaka kuambia hao viongozi muachane na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Rais Uhuru Kenyatta ni kiongozi wetu, amestaafu, lakini si kusema because he is retired, his mind is retired. He still has an opinion. He still retain his constitutional right to express his opinion, to have a political choice, to have freedom of expression, to have freedom of assembly. Wawachane na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Because Rais Uhuru Kenyatta aliwachia wewe William Ruto nchi ambayo imesimama. Siku Uhuru Kenyatta amekuweko, Linda Mama ilikuwa anafanya kazi, si ndio? Edu afya ilikuwa anafanya kazi, watoto wa university walikuwa wanasoma, mashule alikuwa anapata pesa, hatukuwa na wahuni wanasumbua wa Kenya. The country was up and running. Within 4 years mumeharibu kila kitu. Sasa nyinyi mnatukana Uhuru Kenyatta kuliko muambie wa Kenya how will you fix what you have messed. SHA is not working. University finance model is not working. Uhuru Kenyatta left the country when all these things were working. So nyinyi mnaenda pale kutukana Uhuru Kenyatta, muache. And I want to ask my brother, I elder brother, President Uhuru Kenyatta, not to be intimidated.
In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the 11th most prolific oil and gas operator in the Williston Basin, one of America's top producing regions. We are now right alongside industry giants like ConocoPhillips and EOG and plan to continue rising in the rankings.
President Uhuru Kenyatta, you are Kenyan, senior citizen, and you have a constitutional right to express yourself, to associate yourself with whatever political formation that you desire. And I want to urge you, please, don't chicken out. History will judge you very harshly if you get intimidated and shy away from assisting this country to get good governance. Na mimi nataka nimwambie Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, mimi mwenyewe na watu wangu tutamlinda. Hatutakubali Rais Uhuru Kenyatta atukane na mtu yeyote, kwa sababu yeye alifanya kazi yake na yeye apumzike akiwa nyumbani. Lakini hiyo si kusema tukimhitaji hatutaita yeye. Tukiona hii jamaa ametuweza, tutaita Uhuru Kenyatta kuja tusaidie, si ndio? Lakini hatujafika hapo. Sasa hii mimi namuweza peke yangu. I am okay. Si ndio? I am okay with my colleagues. But if the situation so demands that we recall President Uhuru Kenyatta from retirement to come and help us to fix this country and get good governance, we shall do so. Na mimi nitaenda mpaka kwake nimwambie, kuja rais, saidia sisi. Lakini saa hii hakuna shida. Uhuru Kenyatta apewe nafasi ya pumzike na asipigiwe kelele. Sasa Obama aliretire, alisaidia rais mpya. Marais wengine wameretire, wako na sauti. Si kusema kwa sababu retire wewe si binadamu tena, ama ati akili yako imeretire. Hata ukiona maneno yanaharibika ati unyamaze kwa sababu you are retired. No. Uhuru Kenyatta has a duty, like all the rest of us. If things are not going right, he must say so. If he can play a role in assisting us to get good governance, so be it. So my brother, President Uhuru Kenyatta, relax. Uko na askari ya kutosha. Akina Rigiji na timu yake watakukinga. We'll make sure you are respected and you are allowed to retire in dignity. Na nyinyi vijana ya Ruto muache kutisha Uhuru Kenyatta ati mtatoa marupurupu yake ati akiendelea kuongea. Uhuru Kenyatta hapana maskini. Hata mkiondoa marupurupu Uhuru Kenyatta ataendelea kukula na kukunywa. Si Uhuru wako na mali yake? It's no problem. Don't intimidate the retired president that you can withdraw his retirement benefits. Even if you did, it's just for a short time. Once we come in next year, we will restore the benefits with arrears and pay him with interest. Na Uhuru Kenyatta aendelee na maisha yake. Si ndio? Mimi sitaki nipitisha hapo. mchungaji, ni kuomba tu rais awache kuhusisha watu ya serikali kwa siasa. As we speak, amepanga mkutano huko Mombasa ya ODM na anataka wale mawaziri wanne, yule Joho, yule Oparanya, yule Badi na yule Wadai, ati wawekwe katika Central Management Committee ya ODM, ndio he can use them to manage ODM. That is wrong. These are public servants. They have no business being involved in a political party. And I want to advise these ODM people, please be careful. I've tried to warn you, but you don't listen. I know this man. Amemwambia ati atajenga SGR kutoka Naivasha mpaka Malaba. Ni uongo. When do you meet him in Mombasa, ask him to show you the contract with a commencement date and a completion date. He will not show you because it does not exist. And even if he produces one, you must give us to verify because it will be fake. There is no such project. I have seen ametangaza ati atajenga 500 kilometers of ring road in Nyanza. I have looked at the budget estimates for 2026-2027 financial year. Not a single shilling for that project. How can you be promised a project that is not anchored in the budget? It's all a lie. So you people be careful as you make whatever decisions you want to make. Please benefit from our experience. We mean well for you and we mean well for this country. We want strong political parties for strong democracy. We don't want ODM destroyed. We want it to be part of the political process so that we have checks and balances and we have a strong and working democracy. Mimi watu ya Loitoktok nimeshukuru sana. Niko area, nitakakaa nikija natembea. Si ndio? Onoshuruke hea wega. No diete wega. Eda guikara ukiuruga ndukage makiti. Tati guo. Ngadi ndaikara gasho. Gakoroga ke. Ushurukage ke. Eni. Hivyo nitaenda baada ya mwezi 3 mimi narudi. Tunakaa tunaongea na nyinyi tunapangana. Don't be worried, things are okay. Kanisa yetu ya they wanted to demolish that church. I was deputy president by Mheshimiwa Ngogoyo. Parish minister came with our elders, the Ministry of Trade, na tukamaliza tukakubaliana. Ruto, usisumbue hilo kanisa.
Welcome to Wix Harmony. Take the speed of AI and pixel level control.
Welcome to the bold analysis. Murang'a Governor Irungu Kang'ata has delivered bad news to the president this evening, just hours after the Njiri Primary School interdenominational service that he attended, telling the UDA fraternity that in 2027, he will not use UDA party as a vehicle of seeking re-election after a thought-out consideration, looking at what has now emerged as a clear fallout with President William Ruto, who is the UDA party leader. Ladies and gentlemen, in this podcast, in our possession is the written statement and the video that he did, exclusive video that he did. The written statement, we are going through what exactly he said, but behind the scene efforts and taking you at the president's function in Murang'a, that was boycotted by nearly all the elected members of parliament from Murang'a, except the women rep. And we will show you how Irungu Kang'ata, why Irungu Kang'ata decided to make clear his stand. If you've not subscribed to our channel, kindly subscribe, click the notification bell and like our videos. We want to say thank you very much, for it is your immense support that this channel has grown to now over 143,000 subscribers. And I know with your support, continued support, those who share with friends.
And in light of that, and because I've tried my best to have these issues resolved internally, I have had a candid discussion with His Excellency the President, one-on-one, where we shared these ideas, but we did not reach what we call full convergence. I have no doubt to say that after careful reflection, I wish to state that come 2027, I will not defend my seat on the current party ticket. I will later, at a certain stage, communicate the platform which I will present myself to the electorate. However, until then, I will remain a disciplined and committed member of UDA party. I'll continue to serve diligently in my capacity and to cooperate with the national government in delivering development to our people. I will remain loyal to the president and also to the party through the remainder of this term. I do not intend to become the president of Kenya. Neither do I want to become the deputy president of this country. Therefore, my interest and his interest, they do not conflict, strictly speaking. Mine is only to defend my Murang'a seat. But I felt this is important for me to say because I have seen for the last few days, the president has been in Murang'a. And every time when I go there, I'm being pressured to endorse programs, to endorse him. Even the pressure has come publicly, including my friend Ishikemani Shongo. They have even suggested that I'm not sick, which I felt is not fair, because truly it is true I have a problem. I felt that's too much. They have even reached to a certain stage that I thought if I don't do this, people will start saying I'm a cunning politician. So I said, okay, fine. Let me talk the truth. My view on the party, my view on 2027. And today I've decided to set the record straight.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. The timing of that statement was very deliberate. And I will tell you that exclusively, before the president went to that function, there was a lot of pressure from Kang'ata to declare his stand. Just in the month ending April, the head of the head of the state was in Murang'a for some development tour, and whenever he was making stopovers, Irungu Kang'ata was being pressured, including Kibani Ichung'wah, for him to declare his stand. It is no doubt, of all these Murang'a counties, kama kuna county yenye mambo ni ngumu, it is Kiambu, Murang'a, Nyeri, Kirinyaga, Nyandarua, and Laikipia. Those counties, they interestingly must watch. I have captured, this is a statement by Kang'ata, and I want to take some excerpts just to show you what he's saying. However, as unnatural in public, there are moments when honest differences emerge. My divergence is not personal. It is grounded in principle, specifically on matters of political strategy engagement with citizens, and policy priorities. I hold the firm belief that leadership must be anchored in persuasion, not pressure. I like this paragraph, and pay attention to this. In dialogue, not coercion. Politics, in my view, is about winning hearts through ideas, humility, and service, speaking to citizens respectfully. Even when they disagree with us, it requires extending civility and restraint towards our political competitors, for they too represent Kenyans. Recent developments in our political environment raise constant instances of confrontation and tension, whether involving leaders, places of worship, or those in opposition, create a perception that politics is drifting towards intolerance. This does not strengthen our democracy. Indeed, it reflects patterns we once collectively opposed. Experience teaches us that such approaches can generate unintended sympathy for those perceived to be targeted. It is a reminder that if we do not learn from history, we risk repeating it. Beyond politics, I also hold the firm view that manufacturing, education, health should be the central pillars of our national policy. While there has been effort towards these sectors, the focus and scale are not yet sufficient to deliver the transformation of Kenya that Kenya requires. And then he says, in light of this, and after careful reflection, I wish to state that when the appropriate time comes, I will not seek to defend my seat on party's ticket. I will, at a later stage, communicate the platform through which I will represent myself to the electorate. I can face you, my viewer, in the eye and tell you the decision by Kang'Ata is not entirely based on the president failing to deliver. It is based on changing political dynamics in Mount Kenya. And you know, I remember he wrote a letter to former President Uhuru Kenyatta. And when he's saying that he has engaged the president in private over some of these matters, I cannot doubt him. He wrote a letter and told the former President Uhuru Kenyatta that Mount Kenya was slipping away. Before this event, I understand there was a debrief, and I would want to take you to the venue where William Ruto was attending a church service. And just to show you that things are not looking well in Mount Kenya, in Murang'a has 7 constituencies. Ndindi Nyoro, Kiharu, you have Edwin Mugo, Gishuki, Mathioya, you have Peter Irungu, Kangema, you have Joseph Kamau Munyoro, Kigumo, and then you have Marangwa, led by Mary Maua, and then you have Kandara, Shagen Juguna, and that is Kandara, and then you have Gatanga, Wakili Edward Mwiriu. And then you have the senator. Now, in this event, the president was in Murang'a. Not a single elected member of parliament was there, except Sabina Chege, nominated through Jubilee, Betty Mwanaina, women rep, and nominated Senator Veronica Maina. All these others, and they were there with the governor, all these others were not in that event. And maybe you can go and check. You will not see them there. And you can see the author of this campaign song. I don't know how to sing it. Immediately the president rose. They had coached the group of some women there to sing this song.
It is now my humble duty to request you to come and address this. Yes.
Asanteni sana. Thank you very much. Tafadhali tunaweza keti chini, asanteni sana. Basi.
YouTube is the #1 site for millions of creators online. But as more people flood to the platform, it's getting harder.
This is the person who authored this song was Betty Maina. And I know she's taken it, even though I've seen people in the comment sections asking really, and it's a very good question. Was this really a church service or just a political forum? And I'm asking, why don't they hold a church service in, why do you go to hold a church service in school? It's not wrong, but I think their churches probably just wanted to get the crowds there. The other person, to tell you things, they imported. Governor Mushomba, who comes from Kiambu Githunguri here, was there with the staged baptism, Damascus moment, as to why he now believes that William Ruto is developing.
Mimi ni mmoja wa wale walikuwa wanasema Rais William Ruto hakuna kazi anafanya. Na nimetangaza Kenya yote nikasema hakuna kazi mimi naona imefanywa. Lakini nimefika pahali nikaona ndolimo. Kwa sababu huwezi sema hakuna kazi inafanywa na pahali unaishi unaona soko inajengwa. Pahali unaishi nyumba za affordable zinajengwa. Pahali unaishi barabara za maumau zinamalizwa. Na mimi nikasema if you can't fight them,
this is the highest level of political hypocrisy. I remember Governor Mushomba criticizing the president for the killing of Gen Zs. I don't remember him criticizing the president on affordable housing on the markets. So I would probably ask at this point, by that time on the killing of the Gen Zs, one of the most vocal MPs was Governor Mushomba. So have those Gen Zs who are killed resurrected? She was opposed to the manner Gachagua was impeached. And I think if there is a politician that has really been hoping from one party to the other, is Governor Mushomba. At one point, she was in DCP headquarters. The other time, she was hosting Matiang'i. And she was very close to Matiang'i, calling Matiang'i a friend. And at one given time, she was with Jeremiah Kioni signaling probably is going back to Jubilee. And now, she went back to UDA. I don't just understand how really they feel that they hold a very high political standing as much as consistency is concerned, because they have been the most yumba-yumba-ring politicians of this century. And Sabinege tried to get some two-term, to add some people to sing two-term, and clearly you could see it was only the students who were raising their hands.
The guy who means well for this country, it's only one, William Samoei Ruto. So Your Excellency, labda some of us, wengine tumekuzoea, wengine uliwasaidia wakafanya siasa, wengine mpaka ukawapatia pesa ya campaign lakini wamekuacha. But I want to tell you, there is God in heaven. Continue doing well, na Mungu atakulipa.
The same way the Betty Maina, I'm signaling this because we'll see them, they will just campaign. The Betty Maina trying to bring up the issues of Singapore, the Singapore narrative, to a very bored crowd. This is showing you that the decision by the governor is informed by the real mood kwa ground.
Tukipanda tutakupeleka Kangari Modern Market, utaona sisi watu wa Murang'a tuko Singapore. Ninyi mnakuja Singapore, sisi tuko Singapore, tuko na Modern Market, tuko na barabara, tuko na milk coolers, huko ni Singapore. Sasa watu wa Laikipia, karibuni Singapore.
The land CS Alice Wahome, I want to believe she was the host, one of the senior most leader there. She attacked Gachagua. And one thing, fell shy of calling Gachagua. And at that point, her statement did not get affirmation from the crowd, as probably she expected.
Kwa serikali, wengine waongee, lakini they have nothing to talk about other than propaganda. Your Excellency, accept that these people, vile unaona hapa, sasa hiyo ndio itakuwa mtindo wetu hapa Murang'a, na Mount Kenya region ni yetu sisi wote. One single person, na mnajua ninasema juu ya nani, na sio siasa. Ndagetwo bare yangania mundu mwe ndetagwo bare ya yangania giu ni gikuyu, meaning one single person cannot be the nyumba, the family, the muhiriga, or the community. Your Excellency, feel at home. This is your place. You made friendship. Continue working for the people of Kenya. Na sisi wafanyikazi wako tunajua kazi ya the plan is in place. Budget unapanga vizuri. With those few remarks, more there.
And when Kang'Ata emerged, he stayed on his lane, simply explaining how Murang'a County government can work with the national government.
Our journey to push Murang'a ahead definitely requires a lot of synergy between national government that you lead and Murang'a County government. We believe to provide jobs for these young people that we're educating here, we need to pivot now towards an industrial society. That includes our idea that we are now doing to create special economic zone, to create an export processing zone that require engineers and a lot of synergy between us and the national government. We beseech the national government to join us in that journey of pivoting Murang'a into an industrial society. That is how other countries like South Korea, China have moved ahead. And therefore, for us, that's our passion, and we ask for collaboration on all sectors. Allow me, because of time, to now call.
And he's been consistently, he stayed clear of shouting 2-term or 1-term. But I think today he's told the country he's team 1-term, because there are only 2 terms. You either support William Ruto's. If you don't support his party, then his party will going to have a UDA candidate for governor. And the UDA candidate for governor is to square it out with him. Something interesting. There is a new virus in the political space now. Everyone supporting President William Ruto is attacking Uhuru Kenyatta because Uhuru Kenyatta spoke to my delegates in Narok. And I felt this was the place. No single speaker who was attacking the president and just talking about Uhuru Kenyatta in that event. And it seems then attack against former president is only fashionable outside Mount Kenya. And to what end is that? You may never understand. Now, I want to explain to you, demonstrate to you how President Ruto is a very cunning politician. You know, there is this matter of capitation that has gone to school. School heads are complaining that each student in primary school has been given 95 shillings.
Tukakubaliana ya kwamba watoto wetu wasome. Na mimi nikiwa hapa Murang'a leo, vile nilitangaza last week, mbeleni mwalimu mkuu yuko hapa. Mbeleni walikuwa wanangojea pesa ya capitation baada ya watoto kufika shuleni. But nimebadilisha from this year, kabla watoto wetu hawajafika shuleni, tunatoa pesa ya capitation, watoto wakutane na pesa shuleni. Huyu mwalimu, this great teacher can confirm, pesa ya first term tulituma kabla ya first term ianze. Pesa ya second term, Pesa ya second term imefika 1 week before hao wanafunzi wakuje shuleni. And we are going to do like that. On 23rd of this month, of last month, of April, tulituma pesa bilioni 23 kwa mashule yetu yote. Mimi nataka niwaeleze wale wanaongea mambo mingi. Pesa ya first term tulituma first term. Pesa ya second term tumetuma second term. Ile imebaki kabla ya third term kufunguliwa, tutatuma pesa ya watoto wetu. We have made it deliberate.
Now, him, when he's talking about capitation, he does not address as to whether it is enough, the concern of the teachers, and is projecting how it is being done on time. The issue is not even time. Okay, time is one factor in the capitation, but a more bigger factor is the amount. And now is, say, 23 billion. You know, the people seated there do not know that that 23 billion only translates to 95 shillings per pupil. And according to him, if you listen to him, probably the only thing that is important is how the country has been turned into a construction site. I want to, and I've demonstrated to you what happened in Murang'a. And with that, you can clearly justify what I was saying, that ground ni kumoto. And that is why such decision made. This is it. He's read the political mood. And the political mood is this. As to whether the president postures that he's developing every part of the country. But you know, there is a difference between Ruto in 2023. He camped in Mount Kenya, was going there for every church service. You know, it might not even be about the development. He was there for every Arambe. Was giving the bishop some money. He poured money there. And I remember in the run-up to 2022 general election, this is a matter that we raised, and we said, the moment he will withdraw the money, that is when the transaction will die there. And he stayed back. And one of the things that happened is the biggest blunder, is the biggest standpoint, which you may want to spin it as you want, but was impeaching the Rigathi Gachagua. I am also seeing a possibility here. Nani is saying, Kang'Ata is explaining he doesn't want to run for president. You know, when the Rigathi was impeached, William Ruto probably, in just managing expectations, Irungu Kang'Ata and Anne Waiguru were some of the front runners that would have at one point been told that they will take over as the running mate. And I remember Irungu Kang'Ata meeting with Raila Odinga and posters going viral at the time of Rigathi impeachment, even with Waiguru, that they were going to be the deputy president. I tend to feel maybe all this is justified. The mood has changed. But there is also a personal fallout between Kang'Ata and William Ruto. Now, but he's made it clear so that now he will not be under the pressure. Now, UDA party is also lacking its Powerball in Murang'a. That's a reality you cannot run away from. It's lacking its mojo, it's lacking its power in Murang'a. And because of that, something is very critical. Kang'Ata understands that people are not comfortable. And even in spite of the money and all the persuasion that is there, you know, you can support the president, and if DCP feels a strong candidate for you, then you don't have a way. I remember Rigathi has gone to Murang'a and has told him that you need to make your stand clear. You're either with us or with them. If you're with us, we just get our candidate. If you're not with us, we get a candidate to fight it straight out with you. And this is a big statement, if you ask me, something that the president will try to persuade. You know, those who backed Ruto's re-election, the key campaigners were Nyoro, Rigathi, and Ishungwa. Ishunga and Kang'Ata, Ishunga seemed to be the only one there. Remember, people are leaving. Even Girishi was knocked out of government just the other day and has hit the ground campaigning. If you look at what's happening in Meru with the Kawira Mwangaza, you will actually concur with Kang'Ata that there is too little to gain by going by UDA. Thank you. Welcome to the bold analysis, ladies and gentlemen. ODM party, led by Oburu Oginga, are supposed to be in the coast for the next 3 days. This is today, Sunday, was the day one of a political retreat that is supposed to bring together ODM trustees, members of parliament, senators, governors, speakers of the county assemblies aligned to the party. We are keenly following the developments in Mombasa, and I want you to keep it here because every update from it was a meeting that Oburu insiders believed it is what was going to restore order in the party. And in this podcast, we look at the behind-the-scene boardrooms, the optics from day one, the speeches from the leaders, and from the tone and the confusion that is really coming out from Mombasa. This meeting may not really restore order in late Odinga's party. If you're watching this podcast and you've not yet subscribed, I want to take this opportunity to humbly request you to subscribe to our channel. Subscription is absolutely free. And when you subscribe, you'll be getting notifications whenever we publish our videos. The Bold Podcast is the most informative political podcast. And we pride ourselves of making sure that before we come before you, we must verify, get the facts and the figures, and show you. There were empty seats in the room, and they were spotted all over the place. And this is a very clear signal that the retreat is struggling to pull numbers in the coast side. I understand that ODM was supposed to facilitate even some of the people to make their way to Mombasa. And the photos from day one point out to a very, very disturbing things. This is the number of people that in Mombasa. And this photo that was taken by Abdul Swaman, photographer, Mombasa governor, is clearly showing that the house is deserted. And this is despite the governor of Homa Bay, Gladys Wanga, showing confidence of the numbers.
Today we are gathered here, almost 90 MPs. By tomorrow will be almost 90 MPs, 13 governors, the entire NEC, to discuss party unity, inclusivity, and our strategic preparedness for 2027. And when Charles Zoyaya was here, he said, and beyond. Because we are looking at 2027 and beyond. Because we've been 21 years this year, and we hope to live another 30, maybe to 50 years. Maybe this is the party that will be here for 100 years.
Why probably are we looking at the numbers? We're looking at the numbers because the Linda Ground that is part of this team has been bragging that they have the majority in terms of legislators. But there are different political dynamics as Linda Mwananchi continues to posture the biggest threat to that party. And we saw some absentees still not yet there. The party leader himself, Dr. Buroginga, Ruth Odinga, who is also a NEC member. Remember, the whole 42 members of the NEC are expected in Mombasa. Mbadi Oparanya, Wandai had excused himself because he's flying with the presidents tomorrow to Tanzania. Millie Odhiambo is in the UK and he is yet to land in the country. Otiende Amolo, Babu Owino, Orengo, and Nyong'o. And even Jeanette, it was expected that there was also a special attempt to also get members of Raila family in that critical meeting, but not so much. And we are reliably informed that ODM party trustees, the trustees are Joshua Kowino, the treasurer, Timothy Bosire, is treasurer of ODM party. There is the head of finance of the ODM party, Timothy Bosire, Amos Wako, and Mama Ida, amongst the trustees that had tried reaching out to Sifuna Camp and Orengo for a closed door meeting, trying to push for what will be a return to the party, if it can be the highlight of the moment. But from what Sotsi is saying back in Vihiga, it is not possible, and I don't see them going there.
Kirudi nyuma, kama ni Mheshimiwa Ruto, sisi hatuna shida na wewe, lakini siasa ni mashindano. Wewe uza UDA, wacha sisi pia tuuze yetu, si ndio? Na mimi nasema hivi, because wanasema linda mwananchi, mnaenda wapi? Linda mwananchi, our sole purpose, our primary goal is to ensure that William Ruto cannot go back to office as the president of this country. And we have very good reasons why we are saying so. Because health has failed, education has failed, economy has failed, practically everything in this country has failed.
After the events of the Kisumu drama, when Ojenda goons were mobilized to attack Orengo in Kisumu, I doubt really whether Linda Ground will really want a talk with James Orengo. And even if there is an attempt for that, then I am convinced it is just part of trying to woo the masses, trying to drag some headlines. And I think this admission by Wanga that if ODM performs dismally in 2027, then the blame squarely is on them.
It belongs to all of us collectively. And I'd like to give you the news that if in the coming election, this party does worse than it is today, the blame will not be on any single individual. It will be on all of us who held positions during this trying moment of transition. And therefore, I hope that we can discuss how we have an inclusive process, how we can expand the space so that everybody can, a majority of us, or even have greater representation in making decisions as to how we move our party forward.
But now more than ever, we need to be able to reaffirm our identity. Failure for us to do it, others will do it for us. This is a party that was born out of struggle. Were the ones when we were there to salvage them and their presidency then once called us patriots. So it is not something that, if there's anything else, a party that believes in reform, a party that believes in inclusion, Kenya for all, we need to be able to keep this identity. That ODM is there for justice.
It is true. And it is true, number one, that ODM is going to underperform in 2027 because it has opened its doors and have taken a complicit political position that I don't really feel is going to give them what they want. There is a tone being set in Mombasa. And I don't know whether they're very honest about this.
Madeni ambayo serikali nayo yetu kama chama tunauliza, tafadhalini ndugu zetu, tupe pesa yetu. Hakuna maongezi yoyote ambayo tutakuwa nayo. Hakuna maongezi. Viongozi waheshimiwa mko hapa. Ninyi ndio mnatengeneza bajeti. Sisi wanachama wa ODM, serikali iko na deni yetu. Na hiyo deni ndio tunahitaji tupewe. Mambo twende mbele na chama chetu. Hakuna story nyingine. The minimum reducible item number 1. Mbadi yuko hapa? Pesa yetu kwanza ndio twende mbele. Muko tayari?
This is the tone that was set by Simbarati. Simbarati is saying that ODM is not going to negotiate with the president if the political party's fund is not given to them. I doubt whether they're very honest about it. And I want to say, I have listened to those speeches. If every speaker is coming up with what not and want to demand from any negotiation talk, then I see things are still going to be untidy in that orange party. Here, they're trying to appear like we are willing. But you see, they're just cowards. They're just cowards. There's only two decisions. There are only two choices to be made in Mombasa. It's to whether ODM party is supporting William Ruto or ODM party is moving out of broad-based. There isn't any other thing posturing us, making the party strong is not there. Arati is even begging governors to come out and pump in finances, and also asking for the team to reach out to Linda Mwananchi so that they can return the people to the party.
Tafadhali, kama uko na rafiki yako ambaye amepotea, huyo mrembo amesema mzuri, ambaye amepotea, ongelesha yeye polepole, arudi tutengeneze chama. Wengine wetu tuko tayari kusupport anybody in the party as long as I'm in ODM. Niko tayari kusaidia mtu yoyote mimi as long as chama kiende mbele. Usiwe na wasiwasi, kama unataka deputy party leader, mimi niko tayari. Niketi chini, I will be a honest, humble member of the party. I'll support you. There is no need for you to walk away because of the positions that we are fighting for.
The level of vilification, how a legislator, and I saw Ruth lamenting about it, how the viciousness and how people that are close to state have been attacking the Linda Mwananchi team, I doubt really whether they want to have that conversation. And I feel when you listen to the interim SG, I don't know whether it's the SG, Catherine Omanyo, talking about the party, there seemed to be no clear agenda why exactly the fellows are converging in Mombasa. I may be making a wrong assumption here, but I see a team that have just gone there. Number one, the retreat is an opportunity to withdraw money from ODM party, probably to spend the ODM money from the ODM coffers, and it will benefit some 2-3 people there as the party is already in its deathbed. Even Oburu Oginga has been missing in action. By the way, let us just speak the truth. One of the reasons why ODM must get its footing is, one, they have a party leader who cannot catch up with the political pace. Let's assume that yes, ODM is supposed to field a presidential candidate or even support President Ruto and help Ruto to campaign. The party leader is supposed to help the other presidential candidate. Can Oburu Odinga make 5 laps? Elgeyo Marakwet in the morning, and then Mombasa at 2, and probably another one in Maralal at 5. Not possible. So, and the conversation in Mombasa, I agree with Joho, cannot be centered on who knew Raila best. This is something that Junet keeps on reminding the people, bringing up all manner of stories about how he was closest to Raila. The retreat in Mombasa is supposed to achieve order and decency within the party. But this is why it may not live up to that. And it's already setting its footing for a big flop. ODM must, as a matter of urgency and responsibility, audit William Ruto's political deal with Raila Odinga. It is not a matter of when, it is not a matter of if. It should be done. If they want to rescue themselves, we talked about compensation of protest victims. There was even some 2 billion supplementary budget. I've seen Waziri Mbadi moving around Nairobi here, and it seems Mbadi wants to come and vie for governor of Nairobi. I tend to see so. I tend to feel so. He seems to be making his way to Nairobi politics and not in Homa Bay. Now, he's failed to audit Ruto's political deal. What was that 10-point agenda that has not been done? Quite a number of it. So long as you cannot question that, you cannot audit yourself. Number 2, you cannot it makes no sense and no political gain to make hardline political statements in boardrooms like the ones Simbarati is saying, but the next day when they are in a funeral or a church service, they are all leading two-term chants like what we saw in Kisumu yesterday. These people who are talking about negotiating, in boardrooms, they're talking about big jargons and big conditions about what they want. I even saw this Simbarati when the president was there. So, and whenever the president is somewhere, it's so difficult for them to draw the line between politics and service. Now, if Wandai, Mbadi, and Joho are leading talks, what new is supposed to come from Mombasa? It doesn't matter how long you stay. It doesn't matter the strategies you put together and how you fundraise and how you put yourself in a house to get the best. The most critical thing, what is the message that you're taking out to the people? And that is why, for me, I am going to follow this meeting so that we find out what exactly is the takeaway. Thank you.